And we're live. So I got some interesting stuff done last night before I went to bed. After the stream, I went back to the SSE stuff and I was like, okay, is there anything I can do? Anything at all to improve performance or fix the bugs. And I did. So I'm going to try that. So let's see. To get it working, there were two main bugs. One was that it was sending the same packets multiple times to certain users, and I fixed that. And then the other bug is that it was not sending some information. So like at the end of a game, it wasn't sending who won because that packet started with like a roots update, which updated like different parts of the database. So let's get that fixed real fast. Then I'll redeploy the new SSE change that we tried yesterday. We'll see if the bugs are all fixed. And if everything crashes, we'll revert again. But hopefully it should be in a better state now. The other big change, let me go ahead and hide the new game details page just for now, because we don't want that one to be live quite yet. Yeah, see, this was that thing. I want to remove these export defaults everywhere. There. Yeah, I actually like this no export default thing, because whenever you're doing the imports, it doesn't show both of them. It only shows one. So at some point in the future, I need to go through, refactor all my code. Hi, Melted Figure. How's it going? Let's see. You're on. All right. So at some point, refactor code to remove the export default. And we have a lot of export defaults. Oh God, we have a lot. Like one right here. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. To do what we want to do, got the game details all happy dappy. Okay, great stuff. Is this being used anywhere else? Yes, it is. No, wait, yes, it is. That's not right. It must be different. More differenter. Okay, and now it is more differenter. Cool stuff. Great. So now that we've done that, middle of order is going over here to this game room. Okay, this is where all of this stuff is happening. This is why we've got a current bug in the code. So we're going to do a few things here to fix the bug. First thing is in our dangerous sets and our dangerous update. We're going to take a look at that. And here we are. Okay, so currently we're doing this like sanitized ref thingamabobber, and then if it doesn't start with game sessions, then do whatever. But I simplified the code earlier where it's just a broadcast. It doesn't care if it's a set or a state. It just takes a list. And that's nice and all. But what I want to do is further simplify this. Let's just do it this way. Let's not have this get room ID jazz. Let's just do that. And now we can remove this and move it out like this. Great, look how much simpler that is. And then we can just do this. Wow, look at that. It's so much simpler. And then we'll repeat the same thing over there, and we'll remove this room ID, and we'll have to figure out what the room ID is from all these values. Great. So, room ID. How do I want to do this part? Because we have a bunch of different packets coming in. It'll be like game sessions / game session ID, or it'll be like something else. Actually, how did this all work? Get room ID from parts 1. So get room ID from a game session ID. Yeah. All right. So the broadcast is coming in. I need to be able to figure out what the room ID is given a list. Let's just make another method for that. Private get room ID from ref list. Let's see. Yeah, I guess we'll just iterate over this and then it'll be good. It'll work. However, I'm only doing this one time, so I don't know if I even want to do it this way. I guess I do. Whatever. I'm just thinking about all these extra objects that'll get created. But I guess I shouldn't really care too much about creating extra objects. This is one thing I like about C++ and C, and I guess in a sense Go, is it's easier for me to understand, I guess, like where the bottlenecks are, because I have no idea what object creation and JavaScript is actually doing under the hood. Okay, so let's see. But I do like TypeScript. Saves so much dev time. Okay, let's just do that, simplify that, and move all that jazz. Great stuff. Okay, cool. I know we're not going to care too much about the whole sanitized ref thing. Okay, this is great. Okay, const room ID equals this.get room ID from ref list. Let's just do values.map value to value.ref. Great, okay. So now we have all that jazz, we just have to return, and if nothing, we'll just return blank. Yeah. This was kind of another thing that I learned at Google where I don't remember if it might have been that book I read with the Effective Java book, but basically if you've got something where you're returning like a list and then like the default it would just be like return an empty list, don't return null. You know, because an empty list makes just as much sense. Just for some things. And I guess that kind of applies here because you could just return like an empty string instead of returning like this or null or something. Okay, so get room ID from ref list. So we want to iterate over refs. Const ref of refs. Const parts equals this dot get split ref. Okay. Now we just have to figure out what kind of part it is. If parts bracket, probably just do a switch here. Parts bracket 0. Case game sessions. Then we return parts or this dot get room ID. Parts bracket 1. Default. Here was another best practice that I read the other day. Hi Salwani, welcome back. Hi Temptations, welcome back again. Glad to see you here. It's going well. We're currently doing the SSE thing again. So last night after the stream, I spent a few hours, I know, but it was like, you know, just that casual coding, just where you just relax, you put on like a show or something. I was watching Asmongold, you know, the trial is really exciting to me. And I was coding and I was working on SSE bugs and I managed to fix several bugs. We're wrapping one bug up right here. So once I do this, we'll try to get the next the network upgrade out again. So if this works and all goes well, fingers crossed, we will have much lower latency games. So I'm gonna wrap this up and hopefully it'll be good. And if you're wondering what the bugs were, we had one bug where I was doing an update on the root state for Firebase. If you're not familiar with the way this Firebase real-time database works, it's just a giant nested object, so a big tree. And because it was modifying the root state, I wasn't detecting that it was changing game sessions. So even though it had all these updates inside of it, and some of those updates were modifying the game session or the information for a game, I wasn't sending that to the client. So with this change, I will now send that to the client. And then the other fix was sometimes I was sending the same packets twice. So I'd send the same information to the client, even though it didn't change. So now I have something in the code where if the value doesn't change, I don't send anything to the client, because why would you? And then the other thing was sometimes I was just sending the same packet twice, and I fixed that as well. So 3 fixes. Default. Okay, so we'll just return that. Great stuff. And this, use these rooms. Return ports bracket 1. It's not null. How would it be null? Oh. Because room ID could be. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, so rooms, room members, game sessions. Is there anything else? I think that's it. A for statement doesn't loop. Oh, because it's default return, right? Whatever, I'm not doing a default. Okay, speaking of Asmongold, you did your dailies on Lost Ark? Wow, you've been at 1360 for a month. Oh, you're almost at Argos. Argos is 1370, right? That's pretty good. Are you doing the whole, like, create 30 bajillion alts, or are you sticking to one character? Okay, so we've got switch. And then we do that, and that should be good. Okay, now we have a room ID. Great stuff. Yeah, that should be good enough. I was thinking maybe I don't want to return in this case where it's just empty string, because maybe one of the other packets will have info. You have 5 alts you've been wanting Destroyer to come out though. Oh, they have they did the update to the Destroyer, so I'm curious how that'll go. Let's do this. Maybe room ID. Oh, that's way less pretty. Hi, MXM, welcome back. Okay, so that's a bit better, even though it's more code. It's not as pretty. You have 4 at tier 3. I think that's plenty. Oh, if you haven't already, there's also that that thing where you can give one of your characters the express power super duper event thing, and that helps Hi, Buzzy Boy. How's it going? We're implementing SSE at the moment, and I'm just fixing a bug. I know we're doing SSE again, but this is not like SSE specific. This is just, oh, hi, Aaron here. Welcome back. Glad you're here. All right, so we did that with a broadcast. Okay, that's all good. That's got the room ID, and now it's broadcasting all values. Okay, great stuff. For const ref child of values. Broadcast set. Okay, so that's all good. So this is really great. There's no check for game sessions here. Instead, the check occurs here. All right, so now it's got this ref. No, I actually want to sanitize this ref. And I want to do it at the lowest level because I don't want to have to sanitize it a bajillion gazillion times. So I think I'll do it here. This also fixes another bug that I saw where sometimes I was sending an extra forward slash from the server to the client for the references, which is like the path into this giant JSON object. But there's no need for that. I don't need to start them with a forward slash. It doesn't help at all. Just a wasted byte. So I'm gonna remove that. Ref.slice1, else ref. There we go, perfect. I think that's the fix. So now, if everything works, I should be able to play a game of Dino-Might, and something will happen. It will either do what it's supposed to, or it won't. Yeah, I know. That was a big surprise, right? Okay, game details index. Oh, that's under game details. What the hey-hoo? That's probably like a default or something. Oh, you know what it is? I gotta restart the start. Restart the start. Which reminds me, I need to restart my computer at some point because I've got that whistle bug again. This thing's back. Or I hit restart or run, and it's like fail, fail, fail. There we go. All right. Module game details. There's no exported member default. Export default from game details. Oh, yeah. Well, I don't want this anymore. Game details index. I'm just deleting all of those. I saw those like little index.ts files from somebody when I was first getting into React, and my mistake was to follow that guide instead of the Google best practices. So I have all these useless index.ts files throughout my code. Finally building your online portfolio. Angular, .NET, SQL. Any advice for anyone who doesn't have any apps or sites in prod to showcase? Well, let's see. If you're doing an online portfolio, that's a very static site. So I would not do any sort of backend for that. I would probably just have some static hosting. So that means either Vue, Angular, or React. And just host that on a CDN. It's going to be virtually free. You won't pay you know, if you pay more than 5 cents a month for hosting, then you're doing it wrong. I think SQL is overkill as well. Just use something simple. Like you could use the Firebase free tier with how simple a portfolio site is, and you probably don't even need SQL. So really reconsider whether you need SQL. You can probably get by with just some JSON file. I'm really surprised that you need a database for a portfolio. As MXM says, I think that's overkill. But if you do need a database, look for some NoSQL database that's going to be free, is what I'd say, because your usage is going to be basically 0. But you can get shockingly far with just static sites or static pages. Your one project is a chat app, just needed an API and a database. You don't need an API and database for a chat app. You could just use the real-time database for Firebase or Firestore. But I'd probably just use the real-time database. It's to log the IPs of the employers. Could be. Could be. GunDB. I'm not familiar with GunDB. Okay, I'm not sure if that was the right site or not. I think it was, but... Joining an open source project better than making your own portfolio? Probably. I don't even have a portfolio. Like, my portfolio, I guess, is Foony. Okay. So we got datas. Yay, datas. Contributing to an open source software project is shockingly similar to working at a company, because you have to do a pull request, you actually like talk to the people who are maintaining it, you're doing a public good, and it can be useful. And recruiters actually do troll those things. As in, like, they'll actually look at them and they'll be like, oh, this person made a contribution to Firebase or something. So that's actually a really good point by Aaron here. I didn't see. Did it say that I won, or did it say that nobody won? Guess I can play another game. So the performance should be basically instant here. Oh yeah, it works. It fixed it. Interesting. Gun is a decentralized database that's stored in users' local storage. A decentralized database, so I'm guessing it uses like WebRTC or something to do the decentralization. That's really weird. That's so weird. I would say that's probably overkill, but that's neat. I think Erentier's approach is probably best. It also gives you like real experience too. Okay, so we do that. Broadcast. Okay, so I want to remove all these broadcasts. Don't need it to be saying all that jazz all the time. A Silicon Valley-esque supernode? Oh gosh. That sounds like overkill. Okay, so we got this new state thing. I don't think I need to log that every time. Yeah, you can actually put that on your resume too. You can put that you worked on an open source project or contributed to it. And then everybody can just immediately check. They can see what you did. They can see all your comments, the actual code that you wrote. Good choice. And I would choose GitHub over GitLab just because everybody uses GitHub. I know there's some niche people who use GitLab and swear by it, but GitHub is definitely the more popular choice. You might say like pricing on GitLab is better, so it's so much better, but GitHub is more popular. Okay, so let's get this all in. Make sure we didn't leave any console log statements. Because it'll iterate over everything and only do the game session. So I think it's all good. I think this is actually all good. The only thing that could break this is if when I do the update, I also delete the old game session in the same place. YOLO, you know, let's try it out. We'll see what happens. We're just gonna YOLO this again. So connecting to. Pricing for GitHub for open source? Yeah, GitHub is great with open source. Winner banner render. I guess that's not needed anymore. You can see that's part of my debugging. I thought maybe the bug is in there. But yeah, GitHub, open source, free, very nice. Oh, welcome. I'm excellent. Glad you're here. We're doing our SSE fix. So this is like a major network improvement. It's going to reduce the latency on the site and make it feel real time. So finally, it's going to actually just be real time. That's crazy. Like when I first started on Foony, I made it like serverless. So there was big lag for every action. It was up to like a second or more for cold starts. And then I replaced that with Firebase, thinking, okay, this will be enough. Firebase should let me scale it a lot. And then it just didn't. It just did not scale. And Firebase is like, well, you can spin up like 100, you know, different things, different instances. Just use a whole bunch of them. How long is Foony live? Does it have a lot of users? It's growing. It's growing every day. So it don't have a lot of users yet. You know, this is still a bit small of a community here, but it's growing. If you look at this, there's a bit of a fake info. So this giant jump here, this is kind of fake because this is when we were trying to do marketing, and marketing is basically fake growth. What you really want is that organic growth. But yeah, you can see that we are growing. 7 days, 1 day actives, all that stuff, it's going up. Foony has been in development though for the past 2 years or so. And now a lot of the backend stuff is finished, so we can start pumping out games. Did I build all of this myself? Not all of it myself. I am a co-founder. I built the vast majority of the code. I made all of the games except for chess. And at some point I'll come back in because people, when they see Foony, the first game they want to check out for some reason is chess. And this is the one game that you cannot play by yourself. So there's no AI for it yet. And I want to make it a little more user-friendly. I want to clean it up. So at some point we'll come back to chess. But I've made everything else, all the other games. I don't do the design. I don't do the sound or the music. I outsource that. I think it's important that you know what your strengths are and that you outsource what you're not good at, or you delegate to somebody else who is good at that. So I think this is just a change, right? This is, yeah. So SSE. But you'd be surprised how much stuff in the back end there is, and then just how much code there is for Foony. All these different systems, there's so much to it. Did you know there's achievements, and there's a workshop, and there's like, you can level up, and there's a webcam and audio support for rooms, which that's a bit finicky, okay. And then like there's user profiles, although that's not really all that implemented. There's even like a news thing, and then there's like there's just so much. There's so much to this. I even have this like post thing here. I guess I don't have this post in particular, but I have some posts on here. Post markdown, maybe this is a post. Yeah, I've even got like a post system, but again, I haven't cleaned this up yet. Got an ad, oh. You'd be super, okay, well, that's unfortunate. I guess you're just gonna have to watch the VOD or something. I'm not gonna repeat all that. But there's a lot to Foony, is the TLDR. Do you need a, no, you do not need a degree to be a SWE. I don't even have a degree. I dropped out in my senior year in college. No, I would have passed it. I would have actually gotten a degree, but just, you know, for financial reasons and stuff. But no, you don't need a degree. What's more important is that you can code. I know of other people who don't have a degree. If you don't go and get a good degree, it's likely that you will not be strong in algorithms or data structures. Those are very important. You need to know when to use which data structure, and you need to know how to find the algorithms that you should use and how to apply them. Because that is important if you want to get a job at a big company. Okay, if this isn't private or okay, fix bugs with not sending state. Fix bug where SSE wouldn't send state updates from server to client when doing an update on the root path. For that you hit follow? Thank you, I appreciate it. All right, so we're about to flip the flag for SSE, so we can test it out. Fingers crossed, hope it works. Okay, so I've got it flipped. All right, gonna go ahead and deploy. Be right back. All right, so if the SSE works, we'll test it live in a moment. If that works, then we'll be getting back to doing the redesign today. So when we left off yesterday, we got almost done with a lot of this. So we got the left thing done. You know, there's a bunch of games here. I just have them hidden. We got the right thing done. We got the buttons styled. We got the spacing here. We got this thing styled. So we have to do the little background, which I can actually start working on right now, even while it deploys. So I just got to figure out which section it is. That's not the header. Oh gosh. Oh goodness, it's one of these things. I think the easiest way to do this is just make it an image. I know this could be an SVG, but I suspect that'll be a little tricky. So we're just going to export this as an image, make it easier. Because it should still be relatively small as an AVIF. We'll see. Well, actually, I am curious. If I copy the SVG, and then I open up Visual Studio Code, because I actually do use Visual Studio. No idea what this is. Let's see. Now I save this as just like, I may not have the SVG thingamabobber here. I think it's this one. Oh, maybe it's this one. And deployed. Okay, great stuff. So if you go to Foony.com now, the site may work, or it may be broken. It's kind of like Schrodinger's cat. All right. Anyone want to help test Foony real fast? Let me verify that it is using events. Where is my... Oh, it's way over there. Okay, so we are using events. Good stuff. All right, I made a room. Just go ahead and join real fast. Okay, maybe it's bugged. Let me just refresh. Odd. That's weird. Okay, still a bug. Somehow, I think. Oh, you know what? Actually, it may not be a bug. It might just be cached. I'm gonna try with a bot. Maybe it is a bug. Might be a bug. That's so weird. Or what it could be is the server is not using SSE. It could be an old server. What was it? GSUtil. I forget how to do this. Well, I think that might be the issue. I'll give it some time. If it doesn't sort itself out, then I will do a change. Okay. Maybe this wasn't the SVG tool I use. Yeah, we'll use this one. There we go. Oh, that's actually pretty darn good. I might just use this SVG. Because oh, that's a huge SVG though. Let me see how big that is. 60 KB. Geez, zooks. Let me see how big it is as an image. So if I export this, you kind of have to export it like ginormous, otherwise it looks bad. That's going to be huge, I think. It's actually not that big. All right, so images, site. Let's see, what's this background? I think I know what this is. Yeah. So let's just call this, let's see, background flat shape. Not particularly descriptive, but I don't know what the heck you want to call it. Okay. Just now generate images. Gonna see real fast if, let's see, it says 8 ready, so okay, seems to be working now. I think it was just a bad server. Like something that didn't have the new configuration. Actually, it does seem buggy because the other person isn't updating. Like it's working, but it's not sending their information to me. Oh, what the heck? It's definitely being weird. Yeah, no visual updates. Yeah, it's very odd. I wonder if it's my, see, I'm not sure if it's the clients or the server. Whoa. Okay. Setting map more than once. New. Old was an object. Old was an object. Okay. I'm just gonna try fixing this because it's only happening on live, which is really weird. So here. JSON.stringify. I'm going to go to localhost. I'm going to revert this soon. I just need to finish testing this. Odd. Now it works. That makes 0 sense. I'm wondering if it's just like an old thing again. Uh, Seems like it's still a little on the buggy side. Oh shoot. Well, it's working better. Oh, I've got to fix that ref thing again. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Cyclic object value. Come on, I've got to figure out what that is. The thing is, it doesn't tell me what the map is. And it's cyclic, so I can't print it. Okay, let's do this. Console.error. Maybe this .map. Maybe it just won't do that. We'll just have it do this. I mean, it's working a little better than before. At least on my orange dino again. But it's not perfect. Okay, setting map more than once. Okay, here we go. This is what the map was. Whoa, this is what the map was? And it's stuck on starting game. Okay, I'm gonna take a screenshot of this because it's very interesting. Wait, this was the map. Oh, I said this. Oh, right, because it's a Dino-Might map. Yeah, that's not actually useful. I need to get the map information. So client map takes in the map, which is what happens to this? It just gets thrown out. Okay, that's not particularly useful. I think what this is, I think the reason this is breaking is just that we still have that thing where even though the data didn't change, it's causing an update, which is a bit funky. Let's do this. Privates, old map equals blah. If this dot map we do acorn wall. Remove this just for testing. There. I think I know what's happening. I think it's because it's taking the map from the old game and using that because of the way that I'm doing the information on the... Yeah, I think that's what's happening because I'm not clearing it at any point. So for the second game, it's breaking. So I'm guessing the old map and the new map will be different. Let's see. AAA, BDB, DB, blah, blah, BDB. Okay. I do think they're probably different. Okay, let's just take this and we'll move it over to like Notepad because Notepad has the same spacing for each of the little thingamabobbers. Yeah, okay, so it's totally different data. That's what's happening. So this game room hooks needs to clear when it disconnects. User ID, room ID. No, but it needs to clear on the game session. I think I can fix this pretty fast, but there's a chance that it might take a little more time. Because it's connecting on the game room and then, I'm trying to think, okay, what would cause it? Okay, you know what? Yeah, this is taking a bit of thought, so I'm going to revert it for now. And then I'll come back tomorrow and we'll fix it again. Because I know what's happening. I'm gonna leave this as an error message just so. All right. Is there anything major I need to change? I'll go here. Fix that up. Okay. So as an SVG, it's like 60 kilobytes. But I think there's actually a tool that can shrink SVGs. Like, it'll simplify the stuff. So actually, maybe I'll try shrinking the SVG here. Shrinker. You think it's called PNG? PNGs are way bigger than SVG, typically. But essentially, yeah, just you're reducing vertices. So let's just try this random one. Obviously, it's not going to be the same exact SVG. But looks pretty good to me. I mean, that is so similar. It's virtually the same. You can't tell any difference? Yeah, same. So I think we'll just go with the SVG because it's smaller than the EVIF. And the nice thing about SVGs is you can do this and they still look good. Although I think it might have lost the gradient. So if I go back to this, okay, well, EVIF isn't really supported for that. Okay, how about pink? I guess actually Edge does support EVIF. That's amazing. So that's the difference. Bit hard to tell, but it looks like the SVG is missing the gradient. So I might need to change that or add it somehow to the SVG. All right, anyways, here we are. I guess I'll just go ahead and commit that as is, and we will. Where's the flag? Should be constant somewhere. All right, redeploying. Okay, so what I wanted to do is I want it without this this layer mask. Maybe if I lower the density? Haha, that's perfect. There we go. This is what I wanted. Okay. So I want to take this and I want to export it. And see if it's still the same. Hi, Bouncing, how's it going? Yeah, we just tried the SSE stuff again, and it's close. We're close, but it doesn't quite work. So we're gonna try it tomorrow. Okay, yeah, you can see there's totally like a gradient going on here that's missing from the SVG. Okay, so got all that jazz. Let's go ahead and well, I mean, there is a gradient. You can see right here, there's a gradient going on. So if I were to take this, make sure that this works. It does have a gradient. It totally does. Yeah, it's got a gradient. We're gonna use the SVG. It works better. 100%. So this is the compressed. All right, so they removed all the extra white space. What else did they do? Now, how in the heck does that compression work? Because, like, you look at it, and it's just as detailed. That's incredible. Yeah, I'm not too sure how that works. I'd have to look really closely to see what it is that they're removing. That's really neat. Okay, let's just make sure. Okay, yeah, everything's the same. Still a linear gradient. Great stuff. Okay. So now that we have this, we have to take this giant thing and we pass that into the special normalizer that I use, which lets us change the width and the height of this thing. Make it big and small. All right, and deployed. Okay, so if you just like close out of the rooms and just let the everything restart, then yeah, we're back to normal on the server. Tomorrow we will try the SSE thing again. Gonna put a little to do here. So what's the bug? The bug is clear game session data when a game session ends for game room hooks. Yeah, the tricky part is that we're not getting the room stuff. So I think what I'll do is I'll make SSE also include all the room stuff and the room member stuff, because once it has that information, then it will know when a game session ID changes, it can get rid of the old game session information, and then once that happens, the whole thing gets fixed and it'll be good. Okay. So let's get this SVG into the code. All right, so here's typically how I do the SVGs. And you can see it right there. You know, you just use it as a URL and you just Webpack magic makes it work, I think. So it's going to be components, site theme. All right. But I don't really want this in the site theme because I kind of want it to be on both. Possibly. Okay, let's do this one here. All right, and now that that's done, I just want to see what this looks like with the retro theme real fast. Okay. I almost feel like both of the themes could have it, so I'm gonna go ahead and stick it here then. Because it only shows up on the game details page, right? So let's just stick it there. So go to client, source, components, game details, all that jazz. Here we go, game details, and then just call it like, I don't know, game details background. Sounds good to me. All right, and now we can use it as a URL, and then in Webpack will just include it for us. So let's see. How about on probably just like game details, right? Yeah, that makes sense to me. Okay, let's do it there. Backgrounds. Okay, so that's how it works, just blah. Oh wait, was that background image? I don't remember. Probably was, right? Background image, here we go. And it's gonna be the game, what was it? This one? Yeah. All right, let's see it. Okay. What? All right, sure, let's try that again. So, site theme, no, retro theme. So they're both SVGs. You can see that this one here is normalized. I have this width equals 100%, height equals 100%, view box of 0 to 1. So I couldn't find a good tool that normalizes SVGs, but I just made my own, and that lets you do all sorts of resizing, and the SVG will resize. By default, all of the SVGs that you export from Photoshop are going to have this specified width and height. So vec.io, that can just go away. Don't need that. I don't need this XML and S either. That can go away. Never mind. Jokes. That broke everything horribly. Okay. What? All right, since we already have SVGs and it's a slightly different format, I'm going to follow the old format I did for the file name. So it's client source components. And then site theme. Wait, no, not site theme. Components, game details. There we go. Game details background. All right, so, why does it not magically work? Oh, hey, look at that, it works. Wow, it's amazing. Look at that, wow, so cool. Wow. It's a background, wow. Okay, background repeat, none, or, we don't want any, no repeat. Yeah. Background position. Kinda center. I like top. Yeah, almost like that. Oh, look at that, there's a background, wow. Now I just gotta figure out how I want that to look during resize. Because I believe we can make it grow, get bigger, smaller, etc. But then we also want it to have like a bit of a cutout. As you can see in this design here, that if I raise the density, boom, right? So it's not exactly correct. First things first is I was testing this on just this thing, so we're gonna go ahead and do this. Let's go back over here. Yeah, it's slowly coming together, isn't it, MXM? Slowly getting there. Draw theme, here we go. Okay. Now, how do we want to do this? When do I aim to launch this? How about now? Like, it's been live for a while, you know? It was a cold launch. So, yeah, it's just, you know, coming along every day. There's new updates. Every week, every couple of weeks, you see like something relatively large. Every few months, there's a new game. Foony Flippers was done how long ago? Was it like 2 months ago? 2 or 3? And then Dino-Might is currently in the works. This game has been in the works for 3 weeks. Although the past week of that, you know, has kind of been a lot more of the site theme and stuff. This new theme. So yeah, feel free to check it out. You know? How many games were live the first time I launched? 1. Just pop a word. Although we didn't announce publicly until Paint Job. So first game was Pop a Word, and then I made Paint Job, and then I made 4 in a row. And then while I was working on Foony Flippers, we had like another dev that we hired who made chess. And then I finished Foony Flippers, and now I'm doing Dino-Might. And Checkers was another game that the other dev was working on, but they never got it completely finished. So I'll have to go in and finish implementing this at some point. And then we have like, we've got so much stuff. So we've got a battleship style game where two teams will be able to have like a whole bunch of people on each team, and it will be kind of like battleships in scale. Or it might just be a two-player battleship. I don't know. But I like making the games support every, giant numbers of players. And then we also have a game that we're still like discussing how it'll all work. And that's going to be called Bull Racer. So, well, that's the working title, okay? Bull Racer is the working title for it. You can take a guess at what Bull Racer is going to be inspired by. And then, yeah, we're trying to bring back the same kind of style as OMG Pop. So all of those games that you knew and loved from OMG Pop and back in the day, we're trying to revive in some form. And I say we, but it's mostly me doing all the work as far as code goes. But that's just for code. Like, other people do a lot of work for images and sound and music and ideas. Like my co-founder does a lot of the ideas and stuff and works just as hard as I do. All right, so how do we want to do this thing? Because it's just like a blank background, we could kind of cheat for the flat theme by having another background on top of it that masks it, and that would give it like an opacity sort of. But that doesn't quite work. Actually, now that I think about it, there's this thing where you can have multiple background images, right? And we've used this before. That's how we get this grainy texture. So if you look at the grainy texture here, the background image, you'll notice that there are multiple background images. It's a noise, and then there's like the main thing. And the way that works is there is a blend mode with an overlay and then normal. So that blend mode is kind of like how Photoshop does things. It can take multiple images and then it can do different like blending to those images and apply it on top of each other. So if we do something like this, then we can kind of get the same effect as Photoshop with this giant thing here that is kind of making it less visible towards the center. And the question is, how do we want to do this? Fade. There might be other ways of doing this. I'm thinking there, like, I know there's like a mask you can use. I'm just trying to think here. Yeah, unfortunately, this is a non-simple thing to do. If I do this, then it should. Sure, but that's just for changing that. So I've got to do a blend mode with multiple background images. Okay, let's try some stuff. And we want like a we want a radial radiance CSS background image. Yeah, because we want something like this. And then what we do is we'll have the center be like black or white, and then it'll like fade towards the outside, and then we'll have it be like a cover that goes over the whole background. And then we will mask that with our current background image, and that should give us a semi-transparent as like it gets closer to the center for this SVG. I think, you know, we're gonna try. I've never done this before, but I think this will work. So, background image, okay. Just gonna keep that here so I can go ahead and background image. All right, we got that, and then I need a radial gradient first. And how's the radial gradient thingamabobber? It's just color, color. All right, that's basically pretty simple. So just like 0, 0, 0, and then FFF. That's real basic. Okay. I like how simple this is. 0, 0, 0. And FFF. Great. It's like staring into the abyss. That is really wonderful. Okay. Now that we have that, we have background blend mode. So, all right, you can see we've got some stuff going on here. Color, color burn, all this weirdness. What are we building? We're building Foony. So right now I'm working on the theme, and I'm trying to do something with the blend mode here to get it to look like this. So it's an SVG, and as it gets closer to the center and, you know, to the middle, it kind of fades into nothing. So I'm trying to use multiple background images in a blend mode so that I can get that effect. Now the thing, of course, is that I don't remember how to properly do this. How do you do this? So there's like a mask. CSS mask. And maybe I could use like a gradient for the mask or something. Oh no, but the mask isn't going to apply to the background. Unless I use a pseudo element for the background. And then I can have a mask applied to the pseudo element and it won't mask the rest of the content. So maybe what I do is have like a before, and we'll do position absolute, you know, just make like a typical pseudo element here. Okay, we've got some content. It's position absolute with all this stuff. What's the position absolute? Okay, position relative. I don't know why the hey hue this is talking about, like, it's totally valid. Okay, now it's happy with me. Great stuff. Okay, so we've got this. I'll go ahead and background image. Okay, great stuff. So now I need repeat and position. I'm gonna try to move this around so you can see all of it. Okay. So now if I do a mask, maybe I can do a mask with like this radial gradient. I really hope that I can do a mask with a radial gradient, because I don't actually know if I can. Well, it said something. Okay, now it's a combined value, so it's that. And I have to do like exclude or something maybe. Well, luminance actually kind of works. That actually kind of works. And then if I change this, we're getting somewhere. Yeah, this is working. We just have to figure out how to make the shadow like not quite as big. This is working. Okay. So if I remove the mask. All right, so all we have to do now is reduce how much of this radial gradient that actually applies. First off, what happens if I go like FFF 0, 0, 0? Okay, so that's the opposite of what we want. Okay, we were correct. This is what the way. This is the way. Okay, cool. So there we go. Now, how do we go from this and make it more better? Background image, let's just do this. Let's see what we're working with. Okay. So this is what we have. We want to reduce where that black is going. Circle at center. Whoa, there's some trippy things you can do here. Oh, that's trippy. Okay, a radial gradient is defined by a center, an ending shape, and other things. Alrighty. Well, it should be a circle, I think. I gotta think in circles. So I just do like the color and then a percent. Okay, we can do colors and percents. That sounds simple enough. So if I do like 10%, 30%, oh god. It's like staring into the abyss. Okay, maybe if I just do like 20%. That's better. Great. I can like make it teeny tiny. Wonderful. Okay. So we can add this mask. So like all we got to do is this. Oh, look at that. Wow. Hey, that looks kind of similar to the Photoshop. Cool. As it goes towards the center. All right, so it looks like they've got a bit more going on there. Maybe what we can do is this. All right, so it seems like it kind of tapers off really quick like, right? Like, so we don't want to make this too big. It's gonna be like 45-ish, and then make this like, oh, whoa, not that big. That seems pretty close. Although, if I resize this, does it get all funky dunky? Yes, it does. Whoa, that's trippy. Whoa. Yeah, see, that's trippy look. That looks trippy. That's real trippy. Okay. I have a solution. What we'll do is we'll make the pseudo element centered and just big enough for the image that we want. That way, it doesn't like resize itself, and then the mask that gets applied to it won't resize either. We can mess around with it and get it just where we want. This is cool. I'm learning new stuff. I didn't know I could do this. Stack Overflow doesn't even mention it. Transparent background image with a gradient. You could actually reply to this and just tell them, make a pseudo element, put the background image on the pseudo element, and use a mask. Although, can I use? Oof. Partial support. But you know, this is kind of like that graceful degradation or whatever, right? Nobody cares if the background image is semi-transparent towards the center. It's just like a nice to have. It's not a big deal if a browser doesn't support it. So worst case scenario is somebody gets a site that looks a little different. I'm right back. All right, let's get this thing looking good. Now, how should it look if I resize? Should it just like stay where it is in the center? Hi Chris, how's it going? How's my site going? It's going pretty good. As you can see here, we are doing a mask using a radial gradients on this background image so that we can get it to look like the Photoshop. And I'm just working on it to get it just right. So I'm using an SVG. Am I nocturnal? I'm basically like an owl or a bat or a vampire. Yes. Something along those lines. It's just like I've got this weird sleep schedule because of, yeah, these degen hours. What time is it for me? It is 4 a.m. So that's basically the morning. All right, so mask stuff. How you doing? Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna resize this pseudo element that we made just so that we could have a mask on the background image. And so we're just gonna say that we've got a top. Maybe you'll get like certain width. Don't remind you of the time. Oh no. My apologies. So we've got this image, which is a fixed size. Do we want it to be a fixed size? Should it grow at all? What time do I wake? I wake up at like 9 p.m. Or do I not sleep? A lot of people ask that. Some people probably don't believe that I sleep, but I really do. Truly, I do. I have a sleep. I have a sleep time. Hmm. I have a sleep time, you know? So I'm thinking, what if I have like the left and the right? Right? And then I was thinking maybe I just like keep the same aspect ratio. Because as long as I have the same aspect ratio, the background image with percents should still work just fine. Yeah, if you go to sleep and you wake up, yeah, that's tough. So it's easier just to like not sleep. Just that easy. I'm thinking maybe we just have like a fixed size. I don't know. We don't need to have a fixed size. It is an SVG. It could be any size. You know what? Maybe for now, I'll keep it a fixed size and then we can adjust it later. So it's 835 by 463. There's really no reason for it to be fixed like that, though. But now I've got to figure out how do I move a radial gradient so that it's at the bottom. I know there's a way to do it. Wait, what is a conic gradient? Oh, that's trippy. Whoa. You can make targets with like gradients and stuff. Oh man, there's some trippy stuff you can do. So how do I make this radial gradients like oh, at radial gradient, okay. Opening parentheses, ending shape or size. At position. At bottom center. So do that at bottom center. Well, see, now it has disappeared. I don't know where it has gone. So let's just do a mask. Oh, it's not happy. Go at bottom. Bottom center. Center. At center. Maybe I misread this. Comma, space, color stop list. Which is linear color stop. Okay, so I did it right? Surely. Ending shape or size. Oh, circle. Oh. Or size. Closest side, closest corner. A circle radius as a length. Okay, which can be percents. Okay, let's try this. So it needs to be circle at blah blah blah. Figured it out. Okay, so we leave it like this. Circle at bottom center, comma space. And then it goes the color stop list. Okay. Oh yeah, perfect, great. Okay, so now it's happy. Okay, circle at bottom center. And if you want to see what that looks like, circle at bottom center. That's really cool. So I like masks, they're neat. You can do cool stuff like this. All right, so now we just have to resize this thing, make it work, make sure that if I resize this, it doesn't go funky dunky. Great stuff. Let's just remove this avatar. So this is what we're going for. This is what we have. It's not going to be exact because the designer didn't use a circle. Or an oval or anything that's a shape. Use some kind of weird funky thing. But we can get close. We can approximate it. All right, so 55. Maybe 65. Oh, no, that's 2. Actually, that's almost right. Let's do 25 there, and maybe we'll lower this back to 70-ish, 65-ish. Yeah. Okay, how's that? But then the question is positioning. Like, if I resize this, should the background also come with me? Should it move down? And if I resize it this way? These are things that I just don't know. But we basically got this thing. As long as we keep the dimensions right and correct, we could even move this into its own elements, like its own little div, and just like you place it down and it's good. But yeah, pseudo elements are really cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this over. Game details. Okay, so we're not gonna have it there. Don't need that. Pseudo elements. And conf on before, okay. Position. Top 0, content. Background image. This makes me so happy that you can do this cool stuff now. Like, it feels like just yesterday when web dev used to be really not great. You know, you used to have to use like Python, or I mean, not Python. I mean, yeah, Python, Django. Or you had to use like Laravel, and you had these static sites. And now you can make really cool things. It just makes me so happy because it's like there was this long period of time where it felt like web development was really, or not web development, app development, you know, on mobile phones. Like everybody was doing that. And it seemed like if you wanted to make anything cool, you had to make a mobile app. But now you can make really cool things with the web. You can literally make performant 3D games in JavaScript. Yeah, seriously, it's amazing. Okay, so this is width and height. 463. Although performant 3D games in JavaScript, what are you using for that? WebAssembly is crazy. I've never tried WebAssembly, but I feel like I have to try it. Everybody's always talking about it. Okay, so let me open up the storybook thing. Oh, maybe it's already running. This is so cool. I'm so glad we got the background done. I was actually worrying that this background was going to be tricky to do. And it was tricky, okay? Like, to be fair, it has like CSS masks and some interesting transparency stuff. But it wasn't too tricky. If you're a web dev, WASM is a great way to get into Rust or other compiled languages. I've never used F#. I'm more comfortable with like C++ or Go or something. And I haven't touched Go, but I'd probably try C++ or Go. I kind of want to try Go. Okay, so anyways, we've got, let's see. Oh yeah, this thing. So here's how it works. You have an SVG. You stick in the MZ thing, which is just the path. And this is so possibly impossible to read. So here's the M. Let's just copy that over. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is actually 2 separate MZs. Use Rust instead of Go? Oof, I don't know. Go has a gopher. What does Rust have for its mascot? That's an important part of any development language. If it doesn't have a cute mascot, how can I even use it? A crustacean? It's probably gonna be like a crab, right? Okay, that's actually really cute. Its name is Ferris. That is adorable. Okay, you know, that's pretty cute. Does TypeScript have a mascot? What, like an ugly cat or TS? Oh, you know, that's a very good argument. Yeah, I'm very interested now in Rust. Google has a gopher for Go at least. A TypeScript O'Reilly book? Oh yeah, that's gotta have an animal, right? They always have an animal. What is this? What is this? Is this like a donkey? It looks like a donkey. No, actually it looks like an alpaca? I don't even know. Okay, it does not look like an alpaca. I don't know what that is. I'll say it's a dog. A mix between a kangaroo and a deer? Yeah, it kind of looks like a deer. I'm just gonna say it's a dog. Aliens. It could be aliens. Yep, okay, width and height. We have to specify the width and the height. So the width and the height is 835 and 463. Okay, now this is supposed to normalize, and then it gives me this ginormous thing over here, and I just copy the whole ginormous thingamabobber, and I just go like this, and then I go like this. And I press delete, and I go blep. Oh no, I broke it. How did I break it? Well, that's how it's supposed to work. Rust also has a bunch of chemistry puns. Ferrite? Oh no. I'm talking about like ferrous and iron and all the other FE stuff. I wonder, is a Ferris wheel made of iron? I'm sorry, that was very lame. Okay, so we got this with height. Aha, yes, I seem to have completely broken the SVG. IDK lol. It worked before. I have another idea. What if I take the non-compressed SVG? You know, thinking here. I'll take the big one. Okay, we've got 2 paths. Okay. So 835, 463, that's all the same. Okay, here we go. We'll copy. Also, it's so much easier to read. So I have this one here. Copy it and paste it and normalize it. It's the same gosh darn path. Now it's gone. Oh, right, because it's teeny tiny. It's like this big. So now we do this. It wants to work. Okay. Gonna hit save. Please work. And now maybe if I open this up in... Hey, look at that, it works. Wow, that's amazing. So this is a normalizer. What it does is it takes all the paths and it normalizes it to the range 0 to 1. Why? Because I want to be able to do weird stuff like this. Like I want to be able to stretch it out like that and make it all funky dunky. Or I want to be able to like shrink it like this. And that lets me resize it and make it really big or really small or do whatever and stuff. Okay, it's useful. Kind of useful. But now that we've done that, we can go ahead and, what was that SVG compressor thingamabobber thing that we had before? It was that really cool site. CSS compressor. No, SVG. Getting my letters all mixed up here. Okay, great stuff. Here we go. This is an actually amazing SVG. Ah. Nano seems to be having problems minifying your SVG. No. I'll just download it. Oh god. It broke everything. It broke it all. No, that's bad. I think that it messed up because it's like, oh, this SVG, it's so small. Nobody will notice if I make these tiny little changes to it. I noticed. I definitely noticed. Okay, you know what? Fine, fine. We're not going to normalize this one to 0 to 1. You'd think this would be like a standard thing, right? Like, you normalize the SVG to 0 to 1. Standardize. Nope. All right. Well, that's okay. We don't need it to be fanciful. Even if I want it to be fanciful. Here's something else we can do. We can do... If we go back to this one here. You know, let's just get some spacing back in here. Don't need it to be performant. All right, got that. Oh, it's so much more readable-ish now. There we go. Great. So we compressed it and then we made it less compressed. All right. 835 and 463. So what this view box and preserve aspect ratio thing does is it lets me make it go like whoosh really big and whoosh really tiny. See? Oh, look at that. Oh, wow, it gets big and small. That's amazing. Nobody's ever done that before. Okay. So before, this wouldn't resize, but now, wow, look at it resize. It's totally not resizing. Why is it not resizing? I have an idea. Backgrounds. Size. Cover. Haha, there we go, yes. That's what I want. Cover. Kind of. No. Wait. Well, I wanted to maintain aspect ratio. I mean, that seems to work. Works pretty well. Yeah, I'm pretty okay with that. I always forget. Contain versus cover. What is the main difference? Like if I do left 0, right 0, and maybe I just... No, that's weird. That's weird. Maybe I'll just leave it as this, and then we'll just make it like move with the person, I guess. We'll just pretend it's a static image, whatever. For now. All right. So, and the design, it's up by like 20. Actually, it's up by a lot more than 20. It's like enormously up. Okay. Hi, Bruno. Welcome back. I'm just wrapping up this. Kind of putzing around with this background image, messing around with, you know, like position and doing all some stuff. I'm just having fun. Okay. Seems like right about there. And then this is positioned about there. Oh, I'm glad you're back. Okay, so we implemented this background image using like a mask and a pseudo element, and that was fun. Did you know you can apply pseudo elements to get like a background image with a mask on top of it so it's semi-transparent? How am I today? We're doing pretty good. I fixed a lot of bugs with the SSE, and then I pushed it live, and then found another bug. So I've got to fix that, and then we'll go live again tomorrow with it, and hopefully, fingers crossed, this will be the last time and it will actually work. Okay. So this looks good at this size. Yeah, absolutely. Everything will be great. Now, I'm wondering if I click here. It almost looks like the image is smaller in Photoshop. Each more people here, it's amazing. I have no idea how many people are here. Please don't tell me, I don't want to know. Yeah, I like to be ignorant to that information until the end of the stream. But yeah, it's been amazing. It's amazing seeing everybody like chat and show up and show their support. I really appreciate it all. Okay, so we've got the top thingamabobber, but now it does look like the size is smaller, so I'm wondering if maybe we should resize it. So what I'll do is I'll take a look at the size it is here, and then we'll see what the size is over on the left, and we'll resize it as needed. Let's make her confused. Make me confused. I'm already confused. All right, so this is a height of 373. And we are currently at 466. So just do some simple maths. 373 over 466. So take the current size and multiply it by 0.8. Of course, 0.8. That makes a lot of sense. Editing on paint. Oh, you don't want to see my paint editing. All right, here we go. We're gonna like, maybe we can add another border around this border. Oh no, that's making it. Okay, don't worry, I can do this. We're gonna make another border here. Okay. All right. Gotta be real careful with the border because you gotta make sure it's pixel perfect. So you want to go nice and slow so you don't make any mistakes. There, perfect. So I made a third border and I am not an artist. I feel like I need to tell you that just because, I mean, you might look at this, you might be like, wow, she's an artist. No, I'm not. I know. It's hard to believe, but trust me, I'm not an artist. All right. So now we're going to take that game details and go to the before. Okay. Now we take all of our numbers and we multiply it by 0.8. 870 out of 1,000. That's a pretty good score. I'm not sure what the 870 is, but okay. Yeah, all right. 72, 73-ish. And take all these other numbers and multiply it by 0.8. All right, quick, what's 835 times 0.8? Too late. 668. I cheated. I used a calculator. Random numbers. Oh, I'm so confused. I'm so confused now. Rating out of 10 is too meta. Fair enough. Okay. Why is it like this? Oh, right, because the SVG doesn't resize unless we do this. Background, image. No, background. Typing is hard. Okay, size, okay. Perfect. Contain. I always forget which one looks better. That doesn't really matter for this particular one. Wait, did I not do it? Oh. Containing is not the same as contain. Today I learned. All right. So that should be roughly the same exact size. And it should be happy dappy. Oh, that's so much better. Now it's in the right position. Ish. Position-ish. But it's still shifted to the right in Mike's design. I don't think it matters. I really don't. I could offset it, but like, does it need to be? Nah, I think it's good. Okay, so when I change this, should the background follow the center? So it goes down at the same. Because I feel like it's kind of weird if I do this, for example, you know, that looks weird. So it's almost like the background here needs to be applied to this avatar or something. Maybe that's the right way to do this. Yeah, let's try that. Okay, so what is this thingamabobber? This is item icon, game main menu item. So I'll just grab this. Do. Okay, bum, and game main menu item. No, something with item in it. I forget what it's called. Game grid, game menu. There it is. Okay. There it is. Oh, it's got a background in it already. I want a pseudo element on a pseudo element. Is that too much to ask for? Okay, you know what? We can solve this. Okay. So we have main menu, and then we have an item. What if we, all right, now this is going to be a crazy concept, okay, but what if we put a div around the div? I know, crazy, right? Okay, so we're going to have this be game, main menu, item. Okay, already used item. So, okay. All right, we can do this. Gotta come up with a name. All right, perfect, done. Called it wrapper, you know? Gotta call it wrapper. That's just like, all right. And we'll put it on the pseudo element because, you know, we gotta do that. Then we go ahead and we do this and we say position is relative. And now we look at it and oh no, all of the styling is all over the place. Or it's broken. Could be broken. Object literal cannot have multiple properties with it. What the hey? Oh. I already used the word wrapper. My limited vocabulary is coming back to haunt me. Okay, don't worry. We can fix this. Words are hard. They're so hard. Okay. All right, I've got an idea. Wrapper. Wrapper. No, we can do better than that. Surely we. No, you know what? Fine. Fine. Wrapper, wrapper. It's wrapper, wrapper. Too late. All right. Progress. Now we just need to like move it around. But now it should go. Yay, perfect. Yay. Having way too much fun with this. All right, we gotta center it, so we do this and we do this, and that didn't work. So now we do auto, auto. Okay, that also didn't work. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Right. Position absolute, center. I know I've done this before. Oh, right, the transform. I always forget about the transform on this to translate it. There we go. Oh, that's terrible. What? I think it's because it has a width to it. All right, you know what? Easy fix. We're not going to do a transform. Let's just do this. We'll position it where we want it to be. We'll position it just like this. Alrighty. So it's down, 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 all the way until here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's about right. About there, but I want to move it a little more over just because. Okay, how's that? So you can see it kind of like goes along with the thing now. It's like a headdress, kind of. I'm pretty happy with that. Should look good on mobile now too, you know, and no matter how much... I mean, it gets a little funky dunky with that. Okay, that's a little funky. Right. That's weird. You know, that's I would say that looks weird. 10 out of 10, that's weird. Okay, let's try. Can Z-index fix this issue? Yes, it can. It's just Z-index. So without specifying the Z-index, it's going to be based in the order, right? So because this div came first, it's lower than the other div, so that's why it was only on the left. But easy fix. Game details, game grid. All right, so to do this, ensure that the game grid is on top of the game main menu background. What happens when you zoom in out? You know, that's a very good question. Okay, this is zoomed out. Pretty happy with the way that looks. Okay, how about zoomed in? I mean, it starts getting a little iffy right around here, I'd say. Gets a little bit iffy, but overall, pretty happy with it. Even zoomed in here, it looks pretty nice. Zoomed out, I feel like, you know, it's the two towers or something. Yeah, like I'm in Lord of the Rings. All right. I'm happy with it. This is cool. Okay, so let's go ahead and delete these old evif things. Don't need that because we have a really cool SVG. All right, so this is theme. Add background image to game details. Add fancy schmancy background shape. New game details page. Do I have notifications in case a player is playing on mobile? Yeah, it's called you'll disconnect. So no, I haven't added notifications for that yet. That's a good idea though. I guess that could be useful for like chess or something, right? I never considered that because I was always thinking that Foony would be more real time. But let me add that as a to-do because that's a good idea. I figure if we just implement all of the ideas ever, then Foony will eventually become an everything site, you know? We could have like a search engine, we can have a social network, we can just have it be like a VR and have it just be all of the things. Nothing bad ever happened by doing that. Quite specific, just, yeah, yeah. I'll just add it as like, you know, down here at the bottom thing. Consider adding notification. It's your turn and the tab isn't focused. There are limitations to what you can do when your tab isn't focused, so I'm not even sure if I can do this. For example, if you click another tab, then the browser is able to just sleep your tab and you'll stop sending updates to the server. So the server can like kick you out of a room for being AFK. So I don't even know if this is something I can do, but I can take a look at it later on. Okay, gotta figure out what buttons we need here. So what I was thinking of doing is we'll have quick play, which is just like, I guess, our current play button. Then we'll have new room, and then what, just like stats, inventory? And then stats and inventory will take you to a new page with like maybe a tab similar to our current design where you've got like the details. Maybe it should be called other instead of stats because we could have like the game details there as well. Or it could just be a tab with only high scores achievements in the workshop. Maybe it should be other because that way when the workshop is here, we show the workshop. All right, we'll do that. Okay. So quick play, here we go. And then this one's gonna be new room. And then we have other. Let's move inventory above other. Wow, look how simple that is. Quick play, new room, inventory, other. All right, new room. All right, so here we go. We got different thingamabobbers. Looking for where the modal opens up. Oh, right, it's in the nav bar thing, right? Game nav bar? Yeah. There's just game settings dialog. That seems real basic. All right, so this will be new room button. All right, we've got that done. Okay, disabled. Let's see, there's is calling API. Okay, so that's the same thing. Ah, I see. I see. They both use is calling API, so they were both disabled at the same time before. Two ways we can fix this. We can either have it pass in, or I can just do this real simple thing. Create global state. We'll do the whole initial state song and dance. And in fact, I wonder if I can just like do it real basic, like this. Create global state is calling API false. Yeah, know what? I totally can. I can just use it like this. Set is calling API equals use global state. That's calling API. Like, look at that. It's like hardly any more lines of code than use state. And it works just the same way. Except now it's global. And it should still be safe because we have a try finally here. So this is gonna make sure that it unsets the thing afterwards. And now we can take this and move it out. So we're gonna make it function use I guess it is different, isn't it? I was gonna say, oh, it's kind of real similar, but that's not the case. It's actually different. So we have an on click. And on close. It doesn't actually tell us when it's creating. Okay, you know what? That's fine. All right. So that should work. All we have to do now is make a button right here. New room button. Great. And it works. I just have to make sure I restart my server locally because it's still using SSE. Oh, this song. I love this song. This is an old song. One of these days, the server will start. Come on. You can do it, server. There we go. All right. So I've got that going. We got this working. Okay, now we have to do the inventory and the other. And we're going to implement this using like a new page or something, I guess. Do we have a design for this? We kind of have a design, sort of halfway, not really. Kind of have to just YOLO it. This is the design we have. So, we obviously can't use all of this because, oh wait, you know, we could have this page still. What do you think of still having the old game details page and just having details instead of it being other, just have it called details and you click on that and it takes you to the old details page? Or is that too confusing? Is that too weird? Maybe not that. This one's too complicated. Okay, so all right, yeah, never mind on that one. What I was thinking is I was being lazy and I was thinking this other could just take you to here where you'd had the details, all this other stuff. But I guess what we're gonna do is we're just gonna have just the tab container. And I just have to figure out which page it needs to look like. Because we kind of have this, but this is kind of like excessive. This ginormous like shop with a tiny little back button. It's not an amazing user experience. I'm trying to figure out what this should look like first before I like start designing something or developing something without any kind of image to go on. Right. So we also have the lobby to do. So we need to work on the lobby soon. Yeah, we're getting far. Any day now I'll actually push this live and you'll have the new theme. Okay, so we need to get this part done. This whole tab thing, I'm a bobber. You know, there's other designs that I'm missing here. I'm trying to figure out. Let me go look for them real fast. Okay, I think I found them. Oh, we have a new one of those. And a new one of these. What else do we have? I think I've seen that one. New high scores. Okay, that's great. Okay, so we've got this extra page, this extra page. I could just make it look like this, but I feel like that is going to be too basic. I need some kind of like a back button or something. Okay, so we kind of got this now. We just need like a back button. We could use this as the back button, like just the very top left. But, Okay, I'll start with this. We'll figure out what this looks like, and then we'll go on from there. Okay, so let's see, clicking on other, this is just going to be a link then. This will be games, pop a word. And then I guess that'll just take you to one page and then, okay. Games, pop a word, and then I guess, let me think. Yeah, okay. So routes. This is going to be on the game details, so we got to make sure we got routes here. Games, game slug, which is the game details page. Okay. So now instead of that jazz, all right, be right back. All right. So now we have in a route instead of this thingamabobber. Right, so that's for the game slug. So I'll do it this way. Wait, that takes you to the game grid. Oh, because if not game slug, it needs to redirect. I see, I see. Let's just use history then. All right, if not game ID, let's just return or history dots replace /. So what this will do is it'll replace wherever we currently are with the home page. So currently, if you go to like foony.com/game/Foony bar, which is not a game, it shows Papa Word. That's weird. So instead, game doesn't exist. Send player to homepage. We'll just redirect them. We can either redirect them or we can 404. I feel like a redirect is probably going to be more user-friendly for this. If not, Game Slug. Oh yeah, we also had this thing. Want to become famous? Oh, you ask me this every day, bot. All right. So there was this page. Do we need this page at all? Sorry, Cydrion. That was your one and only chance. Oh well. Maybe they'll come back. You get another chance. Okay, how's this for the other for now? So there'll be like this back button, and I'll make sure that we include this white space in the design, because that way it's more flat. But okay, no white space, I guess. We don't have to do white space if you don't want to. But I was thinking, okay, but yeah, this is the idea for achievements and high scores and items in the workshop. Alrighty. Oh, somebody upvoted Papa Word. Yes. These numbers don't mean much, but I like that people upvote them and stuff because I see the numbers go up and I like when numbers go up. Okay. So we've got the route. Oh, wait, where do people upvote games at? All right, we got this new game details. Wait, yeah, new game details. Game ID. All right, and now we have this other stuff. So if it's another /, then this will take us to, I guess we'll just, you know, have a white list of all the stuff. Well, it doesn't need to be a white list. It could be, Finally back. Welcome back, Aaron Tier. Work can be annoying with them wanting you to do work. They want you to do work at work? Oh, geez, what kind of place do you work at where they want you to actually work? That sounds terrible. What do I use for backend? I use Firebase. I use Kubernetes, TypeScript, Node.js, Express, Aganis. that's basically, that's the back end. Oh, I mean, and then I also use all this other stuff, I guess. So I use the AWS SDK for AWS Chime, which I use for the webcam and microphone support for the rooms. This is the same thing that Backyard used, and it worked really well. Well, it can work really well if you set it up right. I did not set it up right. I kind of did, okay, but I need to like work on it a little more because there's like kind of maybe a memory leak that can crash the browser if you keep using it. Anyways, just some small minor bugs. They pay you monthly. That does sound nice. Foony pays me in pixels. I get like to see numbers go up, so that's cool. But we've got, okay, deep merge, cores, all this other stuff. None of that's important. Basically just Firebase on the back end and Kubernetes. Okay, so we've got that. Gotta figure out what the URLs are that we want. Okay, so currently this doesn't even use URLs. Crazy right now. But we're gonna fix all that jazz. We're gonna make it use URLs properly because that makes sense. And for this, because people like to click on different tabs and they don't want to have to like click back 50 million times, we're just gonna replace instead of push. Pixel payments can be good. You wish you knew a place that exchanges that with food and computer hardware? Well, you're in luck. So, have you ever heard of this thing called cryptocurrency? You know, you trade some pixels and you can get some real stuff. People trade for like pizzas and all sorts of stuff. NFTs. I'm messing around, by the way. Please don't take me seriously. Okay, so we've got details, high scores, achievements. And in fact, this is probably going to be separate. Yeah, let's make that one separate. All right. So anyways, what we're doing right now is we are adding routes and we're rewriting some stuff to get this to be cool and all. I must be serious. Oh no. I've got to be serious all the time. Super serious. Let's see. So this is basically just like tab ID. And then it'll take you to game details other. Giving away for free doesn't make money usually. I mean, we give away Foony for free. And it's getting there, you know? Someday it'll actually make money. Game details, other. Like, I'm actually really looking forward to the future now with Foony and everything. I think it'll be good. Game details, other. All right, so that's gonna be games, game details page. All right. So this is going to be that whole tab thingamabobber. So before we had this really fancy schmancy tabs thing, and oh my goodness gracious, there's so much stuff going on with that. And there's also that game details schema. Oh, right. The game details schema. Does new game details do a schema? You could create your own coin instead of gold in the game? I could. But I kind of want to keep Foony like very kind of Iron Man. You know what I mean? There, instant profit. I could totally do that. But I kind of want to keep Foony just for fun, right? It should just be used for fun. All right, so we've got the game details schema. Yeah, so basically just this tabs thing. All right, so get all that stuff. Now I have to figure out all this other jazz here. One thing I would really like is for there to be some kind of IDE thing that tells me which of these styles go unused. That would be so useful. Because I'm sure I have a whole bunch of styles in here that are just not even used. Oh, yeah, this is crazy. Get load game specific tabs, which is based on Game Factory tabs. That should be a thing though. Oh, it should be a thing. We have all these tabs. Set value, active tab. I don't want that. Having a plugin that shows what is unused? Yeah, you'd think that would be a thing, right? In fact, I wonder if it is. Maybe. I'm not even sure. Let's see. It's a good question. So what I want to see is, make style, no. Uriel, no. Mui, wait, that's installed. Styled. It's not styled components though. But that's kind of probably. No, not that. I mean, this is the most maybe-est one. But that's for like this format. This is another style that's really popular for doing CSS and stuff. That's really popular. And I think Mui uses this as well nowadays. Oh yeah, you see all the big sites using styled components. Holy heck. That's crazy. That's neat. In VS Code you can do that? Do you know what the plugin is called? Like, maybe this is what I want. But I'm not sure if it is. Styled JSX. Sounds like it might, maybe, no, that's not. That's weird. It already marks with fading out the color. That's for CSS. But this is not CSS, right? This is a method that the IDE has no idea how to actually understand. So you would need a special plugin for it. This isn't going to be something that's supported out of that box. What is this? Replace your IDE's progress bars with random Pokemon. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, that's all right. You know, that's I've seen everything now. It's using the find all references function. That's the thing. It's not going to find this because it's just because of the way it's done. It's this method and this other method, and the IDE will have no idea that it's not being used. Okay, what we want to do though is we want to figure out tabs and jazz. Okay, so we don't need the game details schema. So that's already used elsewhere. Unless we want the game details schema to be on this page. No, we can probably use a different SEO thing for this one. Workshop items. All that other jazz. Game details tab. Oh, right, the pretty date thing. The reason I'm copying this code is because I'm going to delete this code. All right. let's see. So I need some kind of like a route, and then I need to tell it which tab to show based on the route, and then I need to make sure that when I click on the different tabs, it changes the route. And ideally, we use links for the tabs because that way I can see in my browser that I'm actually changing the URL. So I gotta make sure that that part of it works. It's also important because if I use like the middle mouse button or a control click, I should be able to open this up in a new tab. And that only works if you make it like an actual link. If you're just modifying history in place, well, it doesn't work. Although, I wonder if it's possible to have the best of both worlds. Because if I'm clicking all of this, I don't want it to actually mess up the state, like the URL. I don't want to be able to like, I don't want to have to click back button like 300 times, for example. So let's see. So we want to switch. Game ID from Slug. Wait, why do I need to do that? Oh, right. Because you pass in the slug, which is like this pretty URL thing, and then it needs to figure out which game you're actually on, because, yeah. So the game ID, for example, for Papa Word is Word Hunt, because that was the original name for it. But you'll notice the slug is Papa Word, because that's what people recognize it as. So that's why this exists. Okay. So if that's the case, we have to do this. All right. Game details tabs. And now we need to pass in the tab ID. Now this is a little messy, because the way that this initially worked is I wanted to be able to say, all right, well, some games have a workshop, maybe other games, they've got some other special thing. And I did it in a really weird way. So instead of that, we're gonna do this in a simpler way. This is one of those things where I added a feature before it was needed, and it turns out I never actually needed that feature that I added. So it's just another one of those things where try not to add features unless you're actually using them. Anyways, so the game is paint job, right? Yeah. Okay. So I know there's a workshop for this game because it has workshop item tag. Or maybe if it specifies max workshop items. Wait, why is there a tag and a workshop item tag? It seems like it's redundant. Okay, to do. Deprecate this. Okay, so now that we do that, max workshop items. We'll use that instead. Okay, so how does Paint Shop work then? I see. Right. It does this really weird thing where it like knows that it's a word list. And this panel is special. Well, what I was thinking is we have to show this panel. We have to know the name at least. We could pass in a list in the shared data, and then you have to like, that's the name of it, which would work fine. And then we wouldn't need to do this weird load thingamabobber. Oh, what the hey. We're already this far. Okay, so the first one is going to be details. And then high scores. And then we've got achievements. And then we've got items. And then workshop. And now we've passed the tab ID in here. And then we don't need to like have this set to active tab anymore. Which means it simplifies all this other code. Did we ever use a workshop as a link? Workshop items. It looks like it's just workshop items. So let's just simplify it. Let's just call it workshop. If you're wondering why this code looks so weird, it's because I wrote it before I understood how nested routes worked in React Router DOM. Now that I understand it, I just make it way simpler. Get supported image. Oh. Storage bucket URL. Workshop items. Oh no. I don't want to change all of this. That's like a remote URL. Ooh. Yeah, that's not even a URL. My bad. This is though. Watch, I'll accidentally make a mistake and then it will like mess up the whole workshop. And I'll be like, oh no, what did I do? Okay, fixed that. Obviously don't change the collection because that would be ungood. And that's all server stuff. Okay, so just go over this real fast, make sure I didn't break anything horribly. Small breaks are okay. Actually, no. Null break is okay. Null breaks. Oh, yeah, see, I broke that workshop browse list. Hi, Hallie. How's it going? I'm just working on the new theme for Foony. Oh heck, where was this at? Workshop browse list at 486. 46. There we go. Okay, it's unbroken. Workshop browse list item. Line 212. Workshop item details. Ideas Git interface. Because GitHub Desktop is just more user-friendly for me. Although Ideas Git interface does work better for Wizzle too. So yeah, I actually use a mix of the command line and the GitHub Desktop. Workshop item details. Actually, that one can just be discarded because that's just collection, right? Oh wait, no, it's not. Path name. So I need to check 88 on workshop item details. You see the changes directly in IDEA on the left side of the code? Sure. It's good, you know? Like, yeah, I just don't use it personally. This is just my workflow and it works for me. Everybody just kind of has their own workflow, right? It's totally fine to have different workflows. Just so long as you know, can work quickly. Okay. So now we don't have set active tab anymore. If tabs and GameUtils tabs length and maybe workshop item ID. That's funky. I think the reason I do this set extra tabs thing is because you know what, maybe we'll just do like a loading because we know if there are extra tabs. Maybe workshop item ID. What is this? Add an edit tag if we're editing a workshop item. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix this stuff up. This was done really like in a hacky way. So I've gotta really clean this up. For now though, we're gonna just not have that, and then I have to go figure out how to rewrite all this stuff. Okay, value. So we have the tab ID that we want. We also need to know how many tabs there are. So typically it's nothing there. Extra tab map to extra tab tab. I see. Let's just do it this way then. As workshop equals get game data. All right, now we need the tab ID. Great stuff. So So get the game ID, and then if it has max workshop items, then it has a workshop, and it should show the workshop. Make it a Boolean value. Pretty sure that this is the recommended way for the style guide on Google. Let's just do it like this to do a conversion. Okay. So if it has a workshop, else do that. And if it does have a workshop, then we have two things, tab and panel. We're going to just have this be like a typography that says it's loading. Which isn't great. Having a skeleton that like blinks is better than having like a spinner or something that's loading. But also a bit more of a pain to set up. In fact, let's use this for the tab. Okay. So there, we've got the workshop jazz. And that's gonna be there. Okay, extra tabs, great stuff. This is just gonna be tab ID, or I guess active tab ID, same thing. Set value, we don't need a set value anymore. It would just be like history, this thing. And we'll go ahead and we'll replace the history. The reason we want to replace it is because we don't want to pollute the user's history with a bazillion gazillion paths. Not for this one. Now we have the map, which is very nice. So we can just do this. I'm just going to use a list here, just because a list is really nice in that it's, you know, zero indexed. Though, if you have more than like 10 elements, which would be unreasonable for a tab container, then a list could be less performant. And you'd use a map there. Okay. And now we can do this. Tab slugs, map. We got two things. So we've got the name and the index. And it's going to be mapped to this thing. Fancy. There we go. It's almost done. We do need a key. And it's going to be tab dash. Let's just do name. Yeah. Hopefully that's not too confusing, the way that thing works. Actually, we can do better. We might as well add this extra information like, you know, name, slug, and maybe have like icon. And then that'll, yeah. Okay, be right back. Okay. Let's see. What all do we want to do here? So instead of tab slugs being quite so simple, let's make it a little more complex. Tab metadata. I know, so original. Okay. This will be the URL slug path of this tab. And now we need a name. E.g. details. Human readable name for this tab. E.g. my scores. And then we also need icon. There's an icon definition. No, icon prop. Great. What am I working on now? I'm doing the tabs. So I'm reworking the way the tabs work. So currently these are the tabs, okay? You got rooms, details, high scores, all that jazz. You might notice that the URL does not change when you change tabs. I want the URL to change because I want to be able to go to a specific tab. And if I link somebody to the high scores, I would expect it to take them here, /high scores. That should be a thing. So I'm getting that to work with React Router DOM. And I'm simplifying the logic for this. When I first made this, I made it too over-engineered. You can easily make something too over-engineered. You make all these assumptions about all these interesting ways that you're going to use something, and you make it very flexible and able to do all these things. but then you don't use any of it and you don't need any of it. So I'm simplifying the way that works, and I'm making these things actually work. So, yeah. So that is what I'm doing now. This is the tab metadata array. So that one is going to be fa info circle. High scores, achievements. Items. And then after all that is, whoa. You're gonna head out? All right, well, thanks for being here, Temptations. I appreciate it. What is Svelte? I'm curious. I've never used Svelte. I've only used React Router DOM. So details, high scores. An entirely different framework. Okay, so it's not even like a React thing. All right, and then the workshop is going to be in a fa edit. And achievements is going to be fa trophy. It doesn't have a virtual DOM. It doesn't have a virtual DOM. What about performance? No virtual DOM. Vanilla JavaScript. What is this? Interesting. Yeah, okay, so this is kind of like JSX. I see. Oh, that's weird. I mean, it's interesting. Message components. Oh, and then you've got app and you've got, okay, yeah, I see how that works. Oh, and then you've got this is a bit weird where that you've got all these script tags and all this other stuff. The reactivity. To me, this just seems like React, but less React. Yeah, this is a bit weird to me. It's neat. It is neat. Like, it's very easy to understand. I can definitely see why somebody would use this. Though, I don't know, I'm used to my React, I like it, I understand it. But that seems like an easier to understand kind of thing. Quad chart bar. All right, there we go. Now we got slugs, or not slugs. This is tabs, tab underscore metadatas. Metadatas? That's not the plural for metadata. Metadata is the plural for metadata. This is one of those weird things with programming where I think it's better to just add an S onto it to make it plural, even though in English you wouldn't add the S. What do channel points do? They make you really cool. So the more channel points you have, the cooler you are. You use them to like get special perks, such as like highlighting a message or buying an emoji or something. You can just click on the channel points in the bottom left of the little chat thing and it'll show you what you can buy with your channel points. But it will spend your channel points. You will lose them. You will be less cool if you use them. Yeah, just like that. Your message was purple for that. So they can be useful in some of the larger streams, for example, where there's like a whole bunch of messages going, you know, they're scrolling real fast, and you want your message to stand out, then you can use channel points, and now your message is highlighted and easier for the streamer to see. But I see every message, so, you know, just got it like right there in my eye at all times. Metadatums. Metadatums. Yeah, we could call it metadatums. I just call it metadatas. It's simpler. Okay, so we got name. No, it's not name. This is metadata. Metadata. All right. Metadata dots. Probably slug. Makes sense there. In fact, I could just do this as well. We want the index and we need... Okay, so we got slug. And is there anything else we use? I don't think there is. It's just slug. Acorn the Omniscient. I wish. That would be cool if I just managed to like magically knew... If I magically knew all of the code and everything. That would be cool. Yeah, you can use those now. Okay, we've got scheme details tab. All right. So now we have tabs. So this is gonna be tab underscore metadatas dots. Let's just do it this way. As workshop, tab metadatas else tab metadatas dot slice 0 to -1. I always like to use this console, even though I'm like 90% sure I got it right with all these like, you know, slice -1s and all that jazz. It's always nice to just verify that yes, your stuff is sound. So 0, 1, 2, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, great stuff. So that's the tab metadatas that I want. And now we can map it. And we're just gonna map it like this. So I need the slug, I need the name, and I also need the icon. And I need the index. And we're gonna return this stuff. So it's gonna be this. Tab, okay, we've got, right. slug. Tabicon, yeah, that makes sense. There we go. And because it's so simple and almost fits on one line, we'll do that. Nice. Now we can do this. Ooh, getting simpler. Extra tabs. Oh, we still need the panel though for the extra tab. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I guess I don't need the index there, do I? Yeah, even simpler. Okay. So now it's set value. And this is going to be tab container. How does set value work? Ah, of course. The one thing I didn't document in this. Okay. Luckily, it's relatively self-explanatory. 0, paste, tab, index that the user has clicked on and wants to navigate to. All right, that's simple enough. So I'll just say tab, or I'll just say index, you know. All right. So the one for this is going to be tab underscore metadata dot index of. I'm gonna have to use like a predicate to search through this thing. So value is gonna give me like a value and index. Okay, yeah. So find index. Oh wait, no, what am I doing? We have the index in the into the list. Let's just do this. Index. Like, yeah. There's no searching here. There we go, and that's the slug. That's where the user wants to go. Oh, but then these two. See, that's not perfect, right? Because now that panel needs to also go into the thing. Okay, you know what? I'll just assume that no one is gonna mess with the tabs. Okay. All right, details, high scores, achievements. Let's do this. Oh wait, I don't even know if that'll... Now I could do things where I have like a function that returns, you know, some JSX. I could do that. The only hard part is this classes.tab panel thing. Which isn't that hard. I could actually have class name as an optional parameter. Whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. But this is why I like React, because you're just basically writing code. So you kind of understand all of the different things you can do, and you can do all sorts of crazy stuff. With something like Svelte, it's a little more structured, and it might be a little less obvious what all you can do. I feel like you'd have less control over everything. Now, that could be a good thing, but I don't know. I like my React. So, notes. Changing the order here. Let's also change the order in the game. Details, tabs. There we go. At least I left myself a note. So if I do make a change, I shouldn't break the code horribly. At least that's the idea. Whether that actually works in reality, well, who knows. Use workshop item ID. Where's that getting used? That doesn't need to exist anymore. Here we go. We've simplified quite a lot of that now. This needs to change though. So let's see, what does this need to change to? There we go, perfect. Use params. And this is gonna be, let's see. Workshop /. Oh, see, now I remember. There's also this weird thing where you can do like choose word lists. And this all needs to work too. Hopefully I don't accidentally break this. Especially because you can click on create here. Which is like super trippy. So I've got to make sure I don't break that. Okay, so we've got game slug, tab ID, and then also workshop item ID. Although that one's optional. You know what? Let's see how far we get right now with this, and then we'll come in and we'll work with it. I'll work on it, because my understanding of these nested routes is a little iffy. All right, so we've got all that. We're not going to have this anymore. Don't need this. Get details tab. Oh, right, yeah, that's just the details. Okay, that's fine. Got that one. Details tab, panel, game details. I don't think we have hero image anymore, do we? No. All right, game details other, game details page. So now we just have to link to other on our game details thing. All right. So game main menu, here we are. Okay. Two buttons here. We just want to make these buttons actually go to something. So the component is, what is it? It's like nav something, nav link, I think. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. There we go. So the first one's going to go to in items. Yeah. And then the other one will go to, what do you think people care more about? Achievements or high scores? Yeah, maybe achievements. Achievements? Okay, great. That makes it easy. All right. So if I click on that, oh no, that goes to the wrong place. Definitely achievements. They're also easier to achieve usually. Yeah, 100%. Achievements you can achieve. High scores, you can high score. Friends. That's not gonna be a tab, so I don't think we have to worry about it. Games/slug. Games/slug. There we go. All right. Cool. That worked really well. That worked so super well. Yeah, that was fantastic. Didn't even see a change. Why did I not see a change? The link changed. But that's the only thing that changed. Game main menu. Okay, so let's see. New game details. Which is going to come from the game details page. Okay. That's fine. Okay. So with the routes, you have to put the more specific one first, and then it will go to it. Otherwise, yeah. Let's try that again. There we go. Whoa. That's cool. Oh, look at that. It actually kind of works. Oh, look at that. It's working. It's working. Wow, it works more than I expected. Wow. I think we just maybe need a little bit of padding now. And then yeah, I think we just need a little bit of padding. If anybody has a suggestion on how to make this look better, please feel free to share it. But I think for now, let's add a little bit of padding. Gosh, I'm shocked that this actually works. Like, honestly, I thought this would take multiple hours to work. Although, with this, if I'm looking at high scores, I have no way of knowing, apart from looking at the URL, that this is Dino-Might high scores. I mean, also this shows me that it's Dino-Might. But besides those two things, so here's a couple things we can do. We can have like, maybe we show some small Dino-Might thing here, up at the top, or maybe we show this Dino-Might thing here, or no, not that one. Where the heck did it go? We could show this, you know, up above this. Or we could just show like the title. I'm not sure what would look good here. But there should be some way to know that you're on. Oh, another thing, we can change the title over here so that the title is that game. In fact, maybe it should change it here too. Anytime you click on one of these. Holy heck. I just noticed guitar is level 20 on Dino-Might. That's crazy. I'm barely hanging on here to level 31, and I play Dino-Might every day because I have to code it. That's crazy. Okay, we need to fix the style for this, but we have a style for this, so that'll be relatively simple. Let's see what padding looks like. Oh, and we also need to check the workshop. So this works. That's cool. But does this work? It might actually work. Does edit work? There's no way edit works. It works. Wow. Wow, it actually works. I'm shocked. I really didn't think it was gonna work. Everything seems to work. Oh, no. Nope. That broke. Clicking these tabs breaks horrible things. Okay. It's so close to working. But there's a few breakages. Alright, so just any kind of those workshop browse, subscribed and created, all of that breaks. Yeah, okay. I thought it was too good to be true. How does it work normally? I see. So it doesn't actually change anything here. It just like goes straight to the link. I think we can work with this. I mean, ideally this should be like workshop / browse, subscribed, created, and then we should have like, this should take you to workshop / item / the thing or something. Oh, right. It takes you back to the other one because that's how you get rid of this. So this is probably a really easy fix. All right, let's see. I remember now. I think the reason it does that is because you can do this. No, that doesn't change there. Oh, it does something funky, I think. Okay, we can fix this though. All right, let's figure out where is this code located. So you see edit list tab right there in the make styles. So I'm always real careful with the way that I name these because it lets me very quickly pinpoint where the code is for this. So it's right here, handle tab change. Here it is, base path. Base path is games / blah. Then history push the base path. That right there, that's what's happening. So games / blah. All right, so base path is no longer this. Oh, right, yeah, because the way this works, is it cold where I stream from? Yeah. Yeah. Kind of cold, kind of chilly. That's the way I like it. It makes me so happy. I know that most people in this area, you know, because there's like hardly any sun and all that jazz and it's cold, people are like you know, it's supposed to make you like grumpy or something or whatever, but I love it. I really love it. I love the rain. I love the cloudiness and the lack of sun and the coldness. It's like, I don't know. To me, this is like most people's idea of being on the beach with the sun out, you know, or it's tropical and bright. No, no, I want it cold and damp and dark. Not necessarily damp, but cold and dark. My outfit looks like something really warm. Yeah, I want to be warm, but I want to be in the cold. If that makes sense. Like, you know how at night where it gets all cold and you get all snuggly and you got like all the blankets and everything and stuff and you're all warm? But yeah, you're still warm, but it's nice when it's really cold so that you can be snuggly and warm. I don't know. It makes sense to me, okay? And the cloudiness is really nice because I can go outside and not turn into a puddle or completely melt. So that's nice too. Plus, you know, I'm kind of like a cave goblin, right? If I go outside, my eyes burn if it's bright. So I need it to be kind of dark. Okay. So I've got this base path. Now the way the base path works is that it doesn't change the base path normally. I think what instead I want to do is if the path name starts with let's do it this way. Phase workshop path. Ah. Right. I've got some weird logic here, which is messing up the URLs, and it's used in this weird way where you can create workshop items and do other stuff from this new room. So you can see here, this is the base path that the code is referring to. It's like games Dino-Might. And you can, for games with a workshop, you can choose workshop items and you can create new workshop items. You can do all of this from this inside of this dialogue, which is weird, but you can do that. And then also you've got this over here, and now all of a sudden it's just ginormous URL, and then you can click over here. So this takes you back to the base path. But now I'm saying there's two base paths, so I've got to figure out how I want to handle this logic. Did I have any other computers before PC? I am not that old. The oldest I had was like a Windows 95 machine. It had floppy drive and it didn't boot to the desktop. I don't know why. I had to enter some kind of a command into it. Man, that was cool. Before that, I had some really old Mac because my mom used to be an artist, and so she used Macs. And I never liked Macs because Macs never had games. I think there was just like this one game with like some dog or something on it, and I used to play that game. But like when I was little, you know, I didn't have a lot growing up, so I had like a keyboard, and I didn't have like a computer, but I had a keyboard, and I liked the tactile feedback, so I just like type on the keyboard. And then, you know, I eventually got like a computer, and then I really played the heck out of that, and I played some old consoles like the SNES, the N64, um, Sega Genesis. I never had an old Nintendo. You know, I only had a couple different consoles, but eventually I had a computer, which meant that I was able to use an emulator. So I was able to play all those old games even if I'd never actually owned the console. And then I ended up just using the computer more and more because it was a general purpose machine. And I've used computers for my whole life, basically. Gee, how young was I when I forgot my first computer? I don't know, 8-ish? Somewhere around there? 8 or 9? And then when I was in like, I think I was in middle school when I built my first computer. Because like, again, you know, like this was fun. Like I was playing World of Warcraft and I had like a toaster PC or a potato PC. I would go into Ironforge, and this was back in vanilla, and I would have to look at the ground on the lowest settings, and I would try to cross that bridge in Ironforge. And it was like super, super laggy. It was basically like picture frames, which was kind of cool. So you can imagine I played a paladin because a paladin you can play very effectively, even if you're just looking at, you know, 1 FPS or 2 FPS. Paladin it was so easy. So easy. But sometimes I'd fall down to the little crack in Ironforge and I'd have to like walk back up the bridge. That was a trap. That was a low PC trap. Um, and anyways, I managed to farm enough gold, and I sold it to a friend or whatever back in the day, and managed to get a computer. So then had some parts. I cobbled it all together, and I built my first PC with that, and I was actually able to play the game, and it was amazing. And ever since then, I've had a decent computer, or like a very high-end computer. But yeah, I've always been a computer person. Even when I wasn't writing code, I've always been on the internet. It's my happy place. Okay, so where were we? We're doing this base path thing. Handle tab change. All right. So we're gonna have two paths here. We've got const. Um, New room path, which will be this one. Okay, handle tab change. If history location path name is new room path, return. Okay, set the create tag. If it is not new room path, You can actually do it this way. There we go. All right, so what did we just change? I think we just fixed this. So items, all that stuff, all that jazz should still work. And now I can see what I'm subbed to. Wait, am I really not subscribed to anything? Oh, I thought I was. I guess I'm not subscribed to anything. Oh wait, I am. What? Oh no, it's buggy. Oh heck. I'm gonna have to fix that at some point. Because I am subscribed to this one, but it doesn't show up. Well, I'll worry about that later. It's not like the workshop is particularly used, so it's not a major deal. Let's just make sure that all this stuff still works. Yep, that looks like it's working. Great, everything works. Yes, we got it working. Okay, let's get some spacing in here. What do you think? 3 pixels? Or 3 or 2 here? Like this one or this one? So you have the 24 pixels, which is that one. I'll also do 32, but I think 32 is probably too much. 24? Alrighty. So that is on Details tab Container. And that'll be right here. Details tab Container, it doesn't need that. Oh, it doesn't use this Details tab, does it? That's why. We can delete all this. There we go. Game details, is this used? Oh, that's a lot. Game details, game grid room. Game grid inner, is that used? Game grid Oh heck, game grid enter. Okay, so that's used. Game details room, tab container. This one's not used. Let's delete that. Tab icon. There we go. Delete all that jazz that we're not using. Wait, what about game details? Game grid. Okay, so that's used. Game description. There's no way that one's used. Cool, okay, great stuff. So we're gonna do 3 on the spacing, and again, that was on details tab container. Here we are. Padding top, game, dot spacing. 3. This many, that's a lot. That's more than 2 and more than 1. It'd be nice to have the game title somewhere. It would be nice. So what I was thinking for that is we can have it like in the top left. For example, if I do a quick play here, you see how it's in the top left? I was thinking we could do this. All right, so let me go ahead and get a commit in real fast because we wrote a lot of code. So we'll get a commit in and then I will do another commit shortly. Yeah, look at all that code. There's like a gazillion, bazillion lines of code here. Oh, we have commented code. Let's delete that. No commented code. Rar. Okay. That's a lot of changes. I mean, yeah, we gotta work fast. Paint job, create edit list. You know, Foony will not make itself. Somebody's gotta do it. Okay. I'll do all that. Am I gonna do a single commit or am I tracking per issue? I try to keep the commits somewhat like reasonable, as in, you know, this does this one thing. But I definitely do larger commits than I used to do at Google, just because it's easier and it's not that big of a deal when you're working by yourself for the most part. The biggest thing is if you ever need to roll a commit back, it's useful to have smaller commits so that you don't clobber all of your other work. Single line commits, just because you're annoyed they don't fit single line commit message. That's fair enough. Yeah, smaller commits are better than giant ones. You want to avoid big commits where possible. Like, okay, I've got basically 2 commits here. 2 or 3. But whatever, you know, it's fine. Although, if I split up the commits enough, it's kind of cool because I can go to GitHub and I can look at this and, you know, it'll be like a really big number. But, oh well, You know, just imagine this is a larger number because a lot of these are relatively large commits. All right, so what is this? This is theme. You gotta pump the stats. I do. Maybe it's just, it's hard to limit my commits to a small size unless I think about it. Yeah, I gotta pump up those numbers. Those are rookie numbers. Okay, so let's see. This is, again, this is rewrite or add other page for game details with high scores, achievements, workshop. You definitely take or waste a lot of time making sure the commit message fits. Yeah, you gotta make sure this is like less than 50 characters, right? And then the way you're supposed to do it is you're supposed to be like, this commit will, and then you finish the sentence. So finishing the sentence here would be like, add other page for game details. So this commit will do this thing. Add other message or add other page. And then you gotta make sure it doesn't go above like 50 characters. But does it really matter? Not particularly. Just so long as it's descriptive enough and you know what it does. Like, I think some people get so hung up on design patterns and stuff. Was it able to figure out how to support 1,000 connections for Dino-Might? I understand how to do it, but I haven't implemented it yet. So currently it's at 50. I've got another bug for SSE that I'll be working on off stream. So tomorrow when I start, we're gonna test that again. If that works, it immediately takes Dino-Might from 50 to 100 to 200. There's some client optimization we have to do to get it up to 1,000 on the client. And there is some server optimization we need to do to get it up to 1,000 on the server, mostly to do with the networking stack. So instead of pushing every single change, we need to implement batching, where it takes the current state, it does a diff with the new state. And keep in mind, this is like looking at two giant nested tree structures, just like a JSON object, and getting a diff of those. And then pushing that out to the clients a few times a second. And then on the client side, trying to hide as much of that latency as possible. You love the commits like fix 203? Yeah, I think as long as you say fixes 203 or whatever, and then like maybe you explain what the issue is, it's fine. GitHub even has like an auto commit closer when you do that, which is nice. Or an auto issue closer. So that's always fun. Okay, so we've gone ahead and done that. Now we've basically got, okay, all that code is in. Great stuff. What was the change we were doing now? We got inventory. We got this. Oh yeah, the title. Gotta make that title look good. So for the title, we go here, here. So we have a nice nav title. Want to become famous? Oh. I'll think about it. Until then, you're banned. No, I don't. Okay, nav title. Game title or Foony. Use current game ID. Ah. Okay, returns the game ID for the current game if the user is in a lobby. Don't need to do it that way. Do it another way as well. Hi, Yavius, welcome back. Welcome back. You're busy today, that's alright. Well, thanks for showing up in chat. I appreciate it. Alright, so we've got this path name, we've got it split. Let's go ahead and let's map it part to lowercase. Alright, so now everything is lowercase. Oh, because it has to use the hook. It has to use room. Okay, what happens if use room is undefined here? If remid and blah blah blah. Set server Yuri. Okay, so that's fine. No longer need to lowercase this. And then we do that, okay. Return null. Wonder if there's anything that could be offloaded to a web worker to prevent the DOM locking up? The DOM locking up in which case? You mean whenever you click on high scores or something? Yeah, there's definitely something we could do here. But there's a way we can do this where we make it more efficient. Oh, the 1,000 concurrent connections topic? No, that's not the issue with that. So the server is fine on CPU usage. It's just you want to reduce the amount of bandwidth that gets used on the server. So that's what the batching is for. For the client though, there's a few things we can do. Phaser has some ways where you can include a lot of the same type of image, which Dino-Might is the majority of. Most of the images on Dino-Might are just the same image. So we can do something fancy where we reuse a lot of the same images. And that'll vastly improve performance. Or we switch to Pixie.js and we rewrite and we do the same thing. I just haven't really dug into that because it's going to be like a week of seemingly no progress and then suddenly it works. And that may not be that exciting to watch. So I'm trying to do most of that stuff off stream. Okay, we can simplify this a little bit. Oh, the player sidebar. The player sidebar is already very optimized. It's virtualized and it works amazing. It's very performant. In fact, why am I wearing a jacket? Why are you not wearing a jacket? It's cold here, and I get cold very easy, so I like to put on extra clothes. Okay, so let's see. If parts... Well, that's rooms. Okay, so if that's games, then we just return Oh, how does this work again? Something about the slug. From slug? Yeah, get game ID from slug. Perfect. And we can simplify that a little bit more. Is it cold here? Okay, you know what? No, but I am chilly. I was gonna just take it off. Okay, no, fine. Yes, it is. I might put this back on in a sec. All right, there we go. No more jacket. It's not that cold. Let's see. Okay, so. Hey, look, it works. There we go. There, now it changes on every game. It's so hot there, you need a fan at minimum. Wow. Over here, most of the places don't even have an AC. There, you can see the title now. And then Dino-Might Alpha doesn't have one yet. You get 42 plus over there? Good gracious, that's really high. All right. And now, of course, we've got this. Oh. Oh no, it disappeared. Why did it disappear? Oh, because it's the word hunt. It needs to be the slug. Oops, my bad. I broke it. I broke it. Oh no. I think I did like game ID here. In the path. Yep. Yep. That broke it right there. There we go. All fixed. Perfect. All right. Whoops. Let's go ahead and get a commit in. All right, and also got this done. Let's see, is it ready for deploy? I mean, I kind of can. Let's see, is there anything major that needs to be... If you want, we can make it live. We can, like, the flat theme is close enough. Up to you guys. Should I push the flat theme now, before I finish the new lobby? All right, I guess I'll push it. Let me get this commit in real fast, and then we'll flip a switch, and it'll be live. You're waiting to refresh? Okay, we're gonna push it soon. Let me go ahead and make sure this commit is good. So add game title to / games pages. All right, and that commit is in. Next thing we have to do is we go over to our flags, and all we do is flip a switch. Flat theme by default is true. So now on prod, it will be true. That achievements button tab looks like it could use some padding. Achievements button tab. Oh, over here? Yeah, it can. It can totally use some extra padding. I just haven't bothered with it yet. So soon. We'll get to that soon. All right, let's do a deploy. And we're deploying. I'll let you know when it goes live. Oh yeah, I've got to make this more responsive here. I need to make it so that when you make it wider, the join game and other thing get bigger or something. One more thing we have to do is I have to make this page here mobile friendly, because right now this page is not mobile friendly. But that's okay. Making things mobile friendly is not that bad. All we have to do is figure out the breakpoints that we want. Bang setup. I'll show it soon, reason. I'll add it to my bio or my little thingamabobber as a panel. So just wait until tomorrow. Until then, I have an LG OLED TV. It's like a 40 some odd inch that I use. Is Docker working? Okay, it looks like it's working. And then I've got like an ultra wide. I've got like a Rode microphone. It's like a shotgun mic or something. So I have to kind of talk into it otherwise you can't hear me. There's much better microphones for streaming. I've just got like a regular old mechanical keyboard. Really the biggest thing is the giant TV monitor. Okay, and deployed. The cookie notification is broken though. Alright, yeah, if you just point out any of little like mobile unfriendly parts, I can always get to them. New version is live. So if you go to foony.com and then you refresh, you get the flat version. If there's anything mega broken, let me know. So much better. I'm glad you like it. Thank you. Yeah, I'd like it too. Okay, so there's lots of stuff to do still. We've got to make this page here mobile friendly. Now, mobile needs a lot of work. Yes, it does. It definitely does. At least the home page works well on mobile. Like this page right here works fairly well on every size. You wouldn't change the mic? All right, well, I'm glad to hear it. Thank you. Homepage is perfect if you exclude the cookie. What is this cookie that you're talking about? Let's see. Maybe it's that thing. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that looks not good. Yeah, Dino-Might isn't found yet because it doesn't exist. You want me to do that right now? Let's get that done. Okay, we'll also add that fix homepage cookie slash cookie notification banner. All right, so I've added that to the list of things to do. All right, so image games, Dino-Might title. Let's get that title thing. Should be in one of these. I need OpenID integration. That would make mobile users instant auth. OpenID integration. What in the heck is OpenID? On top of OAuth 2? Oh, login with Google. Okay, so the OAuth stuff. I mean, Yeah, I haven't thought too much about how I want to handle that. But that could definitely be improved for Foony. Once you log in, though, you're basically logged in forever. Unless you log out. But you're right, that definitely is a pain point. Okay, so we have this to do. Let me see if we have a Dino-Might thingamabobber. Am I using vanilla React for the front end? No. Oh, sorry. Vanilla React for the front end. Sorry, I'm not thinking here. Yes, I am. Not sure what the difference is between vanilla. Oh, you mean like P React or something? Yeah. Just vanilla React. Sorry, not thinking here. Yeah. Just vanilla React. I can accept EU customers using their government issued ID as well. I use a JWT token. I'll have to look into OpenID implementation here. Let's see, close out of that one. Where's my notepad? My game is so smooth. Well, thank you. Which one? Just wait. Wait until we get the latency down. There's a bit of lag right now, like network lag. And once I get the SSE done, the latency will be very low. OAuth is not simple, trust me. OAuth is a nightmare. You know, I was talking about OAuth once when I was at Google, and this like super senior engineer guy was talking to me or something. He was like, "Oh yeah, the OAuth implementation is terrible. Sorry about that," or something along those lines. And I was just like, I don't know. It was just I remember it for some reason. I don't remember the exact things he said, but I just remember he was talking about OAuth and how it was not great. Next auth, if I was using next. Oh, I use kind of a custom auth system, and I know you're not supposed to do that, but the custom-ish auth system allows me to prevent phishing attacks. So if somebody has someone's username and password, they still cannot log into the other person's account because it'll send a magic link to their email, and they have to like, yeah, you can only change some of the data to still be able to log in without a magic link. Like you can change your IP address, you know, maybe you're traveling on the same computer, that's fine. Or you can change your browser, usually. That typically doesn't change your fingerprint too much. Or maybe you upgrade your graphics card or something. That's not too big of a change. But if somebody is on like another IP address on another computer, then it sends them a magic link to the email and they have to sign in from there. So what was this called? It was called, like maybe I've got to scroll up. Where was this? OpenID, that's what it was. A free open source. You'd think there might be, oh yeah, but I don't know if there is that, I don't know if there's something that implements it quite as much as we do. A blog or video channel talking about performance. I don't have a blog or video channel talking about performance yet. If you're wondering how I handle performance, it's a lot of just functional components and memoizing the parts that get expensive. So whenever something becomes slow, there are things you can do to figure out how slow it is. Let me show you an example. All right, Aaron's here. Take care. So let me show you, like if I go here, inventory, for example, you see how there's all these elements here? What you want to do is you want to be very careful with all of the hooks you use, because you need to understand whenever a hook changes, that component and all of its children are going to cause a re-render, and they have to be re-rendered. You can kind of stop it from continuing this re-render on the child elements by using a memo. So you can memoize a component, and then if that memo doesn't change, then the rest of those all the way down will not render. And I use a lot of these memos in cases where the performance is very critical and where it could be very slow. If I go to the other important thing is just push the hook usage as low as it can go. So if you have a hook and you have like a parent component, but that parent component doesn't use the hook directly, it just takes the value and pushes it to a children, don't put the hook in the parent. Take that hook, put it in the child. It would help if I demonstrate some of this with code, but maybe sometime we'll do a performance session and we can look at different performance. Okay, so you see this? I've got this, all that jazz. Okay, now we're going to pause it. Now we have a flame graph. This flame graph here is very useful because this explains where your code is slow on the front end. You want to aim for like very low render times, right? And this is just the React Pro DevTools panel, React Developer Tools. You can see the expensive ones, it's like 5 milliseconds. And you can see I've got like this portal, this item tooltip card, and you can kind of see all of the performance, like the amount of time it took to render. This includes the amount of time it took to render the style as well. You've got to keep in mind, box shadows are expensive, or semi-expensive, but usually pretty cheap. The larger they are, the more expensive it is. What's really expensive though are filters. So if you do like a drop shadow filter, that is far more expensive than a box shadow equivalent. So keep that in mind. And other filters like a blur are way more expensive, especially if you don't have hardware acceleration on. I can't think of anything in particular that's currently slow on the site. Actually, no, I take that back. There is something slow. You know what? We can take a look. Let's take a live look at something the way that I would debug this, okay? And try to figure out where the performance bottleneck is. When I click on high scores, it's going to be kind of slow. So the more elements there are, the slower it gets. Let's try to figure out what's going on here. So what I'm going to do, why is my flat so tidy? Because I used to live in the Bay Area and this is how people lived, you know, and I'm a coder, like, you know, I code. So I basically have no furniture. So I don't own that much stuff. So how does it get messy? Like, my solution to being tidy or messy is just don't buy the stuff and then it can't clutter your space. So, I mean, if you look, my place is relatively barren, but the flip side to that is I can actually walk around and jump around and have fun. Okay, so we're going to start recording. Click on high scores. Now stop profiling. Okay, here we go. Render. This was very expensive, 279 millis. So this is what happened. Whenever it was rendering, you can see all these high score rows. And there's like 3 millis and 2 millis, and you can see all of this. There's a whole bunch of high score rows. And you can see kind of where the performance is, okay? So you're looking at this, you see 279 millis, and you want to say, okay, what's the bottleneck here? Is this the bottleneck? Is this the bottleneck? What about this? It's very easy to tell. Just look at the difference, right? So 279, probably nothing there. 271 millis. That means this one section is responsible for about 90%, no, more than 90% of the whole page load. Do I ever look at lighthouse scores? Not particular. I do sometimes, but mostly this is going to give you more info on what's being slow. Okay, so this right here, this table level 2 context provider is the slow part. Inside of that are all these high score rows. So each of these high score rows is between 2 to 5 millis, approximately 2 to 3 millis. Yeah, the net, hi, welcome back. We just got that pushed. It's not fully finished. There's still, we have a lobby rework and a few other small things to do, but we got enough of it done that we can now be on the flat theme. Again, not fully finished, just finished enough to the point where hopefully it looks pretty cool. All right, so you can see there's 144 of these. Each of these takes at least 2 millis or more, right? That's reasonable to assume. So 2 millis times 144, 288. Yeah, that sounds about right. So each of these is slow. If I was trying to optimize this, I would look at high score row and I would try to figure out which elements are expensive. So when I look at a single high score row, I try to find it. Okay, here we go. We can see that it's roughly split half and half between the table cell here and the table cell here. This is actually a little surprising to me because it seems like the other, like this little XP bar and the rest is virtually free. So these are the two things I would think about improving. Now, you might notice that this is a fixed size. Each of the elements in this list is the same height. This lets you use some very interesting performance tricks like a virtualized list. So one option would be use a virtualized list and only render the rows that are visible. That would vastly improve the performance here. So we'd only be rendering about 20 elements instead of 140. So you'd get about a 6 or 7x speed up. That's huge, and that's enough to make it fast and make you not worry about the performance. Other things you might be able to do is you might be able to look, okay, the slowdown is caused by the avatar and a tooltip. There's a tooltip on this ribbon badge, even though we're not actually using a tooltip. Are the images being cached? Yes. The images come from a CDN, so all of these are very, very nice and performant. You'll also notice that the images, we store them as a PNG, a WebP, and also an AVIF, and we use the more performant image on when the browser supports it. So like for Chrome, we use AVIF, and for Firefox, we still use WebP, even though Firefox does support AVIF, because I haven't gone through and ensured that it's not going to crash. There was an issue a year and a half ago where Firefox had AVIF support, but large AVIFs and other things in certain formats would actually crash the tab. Seriously, this happened. I filed a bug on Firefox and they fixed it. So I think it works now, but I have to verify with Phaser and everything that AVIF fully works. Okay, let's take a look at Ribbon Badge. Let's look at the implementation, because again, when we're looking at this flame graph, let me move it up just so you can see. You can see right here, most of the slowdown is caused by the tooltip. And then over here, if I look at the avatar, well, it's an avatar, it's probably just really expensive. Okay. And then there's also this thing. Now, that might actually be getting rendered. You don't understand how 1 milli is slow? Easy. Because when you have 144 of those, that's 144 millis or more. So let's do the following. We're going to open up Notepad real fast, and we're going to take a sampling by refreshing the page and recording how slow this load is each time. Because if you just look at a single number, you're not going to get a very accurate estimate on how slow that page load is. You kind of need to take a sample. You know, got to be a little scientific here. How does experience work? Does it depend on the number of games played or the games won? It depends on how many XP buffs you have. So as you level up, you can claim rewards, and these give you permanent buffs. So playing multiple games, getting to higher levels on each of those games, and leveling up your account as well will give you more XP in every single game, and also more rewards. The other thing is that XP is based off of the amount of time played in that round, and sometimes doing better in the game will give you more XP by a little bit. Okay, so again, for the performance, I'm going to go ahead and refresh the page here. We'll start off on a different tab, just so we can get like a more accurate reading here. So start, high scores, stop. Okay, this one, 1.2 seconds. 1.2. Oh no, sorry, 283. And if I look at this particular one, it's 277. So we're going to put 277 because that's the closest number here. And this is what I did at Google, by the way. This is how I would make optimizations, although instead of doing it in the browser, it would be in Java or something. So we're going to refresh again. All right, we're going to go ahead and start recording. Click the tab. Once it's loaded, you stop. You click over here, 272, go down here, 268. Okay, 268. We're gonna do that a few more times. And if the numbers fluctuate a lot, we'll do it a few more. But we just want to make sure that we can have kind of an, you know, a relative understanding of how slow this is. 305. I'm gonna do it 2 more times. All right, there we go. That's 1 more. Okay, 283, and we scroll down, that's 277. I think I kind of have an understanding of how slow this is now. If you want to get real scientific, you can do like p-values or whatever the heck it's called, and statistics, but I never really learned statistics. Okay, there. We have some estimate of like how slow it is. Now let's take a look at, again, we said the ribbon badge is expensive. So if I go back up here, let's just take a look at another one of these real fast. Yeah, it's this ribbon badge. I'm telling you, this ribbon right here, phew, that's expensive. Could also be this table cell. Does the yellow color mean it's expensive? I believe the yellow color does mean it is expensive. I'm not 100% sure on this yellow coloring, but just pay attention to the milliseconds. That's the important part. So don't pay too much attention to the color, just pay attention to the number, okay? So if I were to remove, for example, that ribbon, right here, then it would immediately improve performance. But what about the following? So maybe I can improve performance by just not showing the tooltip. So if I don't do a tooltip, how's performance now? And this is how you do it. You know, you figure out where the slow part is, you try a change, you see if it improves, and if it does, great. If it doesn't, you keep trying. Okay, so 257 doesn't seem like that particularly changed a whole lot. What if we just remove the entire thing? Trying larger changes as well kind of helps. So what if I just like have no ribbon badge here whatsoever for the high score? So we'll click, refresh, just so that it's not cached. $206. Okay, 201. So that seems like it improved a little bit, but maybe not as much as we'd hoped. Plus, now we have no ribbon. So we have to see if there's something we can do there. But this will at least tell us how expensive that ribbon really is. I think the way that we're going to improve this, though, is by using a, you know, whatchamacallit, 205. So I'm seeing about an improvement of about 70 milliseconds. So ribbon badge equals about 70 milliseconds. That's a lot. That's a whole heck of a lot. And then you can go through here, you can see, okay, what else is the slowdown? You see the avatar as the other slowdown. Now, what if I just remove the avatar? So is it like all of a sudden mega cheap? Or will it say other parts are slow? Okay, we're gonna start recording. It's all of a sudden relatively cheap. It's way cheaper. See that? 131. So now we want to think about like whether we need the ribbon and the avatar, or if maybe we can show something simpler, or if there's something we can do to make the avatar and the ribbon more performant, or if maybe just a virtualized list is the way to go. Hopefully that explains at least a little bit of how I do things. So 113. Yeah, it's like more than twice as fast now. There's basically no issue at all now. Yeah, no problem. That's what I'm here for. Maybe at some point I'll be able to get like some editor or someone and they can, you know, chop up my videos and send out useful stuff to people on YouTube or something. Until then, we've got all these high scores. So where else is the bottleneck in performance? Whoa. We'll do it someday, for sure. I just gotta work there, or, you know, slowly work my way up, right? I mean, heck, I wasn't even streaming like 3.5 weeks ago. Things take time. Gotta slowly, you know, work at it. Can't just immediately jump to the end game. If only the project you're supporting at work used at least the minimum version FlameGraph supports? It doesn't support FlameGraph? Oh my goodness. This thing is crucial. Like, without this, it's hard. It's really hard to test performance without this FlameGraph. You can also do ranked here, but I prefer the FlameGraph view of this. So there's a table cell here. I don't see how this particular table cell would slow it down. I think that's kind of a red herring. I think maybe it's just table cell in general. Other things is sometimes using just the base HTML instead of all these wrappers can also be performant. So if you don't need table row and table cell, maybe you can just use a lower level version and style it and just call it a day. For example, if you ever use MUI, the framework that I used, you want to avoid box components, at least in version 4. I haven't tried this in version 5. But box components, although they're nice, they are expensive and they pollute the head. You see all these MUI boxes with these no style in them? This is a result of using box. It just like pollutes the DOM. And so basically I just try to avoid any usage of MUI box because it just pollutes the DOM. Holy boxes, that's right. Now, how do I want to handle the performance here? So I can take a look at my user scores for how I normally do this. User scores fixed list along with an item size. So if we go ahead and we stick the avatar and the ribbon back, knowing full well that they are slow. Actually, you know what? Maybe there's something we can do here to optimize one of these. Now the avatar is rather complicated, so there's probably not much we can implement there that'll improve it. But maybe this badge here is simple enough. It may not be. Now, you know, there's really not much we can do here. It's expensive because it's an image, and images are inherently expensive. So that means if we want to improve performance, we need to go this route. So make a fixed list. Now let's see, how does this normally work? Can I use user scores fixed list? I think I can. Because it's just a symbol bar with scrolling. Oh, it's got this users thing. Where's users coming from? It's passed in as props. And then, yeah, we can. We can implement this. Would a blur hash speed things up much? Is the reason it's slow because it's an image or because it's a large image? The reason it's slow is because it's an image. Unfortunately, images are expensive. Doesn't matter the size, still expensive. Now, it would be nice if the same image could just be reused. In fact, it might be possible. Oh well, it's not that big of a deal. If we're only rendering a handful of these, then taking 1 milli per image is okay. It's not the end of the world. All we have to do... What about a CSS blur hash? Not familiar with blur hash. Interesting. Blur hash takes an image and gives you a short string that represents the placeholder for this image. That's really cool. You know what? Let's try it. This is really cool. All right, so how do I do the CSS for this? Oh, it's a canvas. This is really neat. So how do you do this? How do you use it? Oh, I see. It just encodes your image into the short string. You still have to use... I see. Yeah, no, this isn't going to improve performance. This is mostly just for loading. So if this will improve your network performance, but this isn't going to improve CPU and performance at all. If anything, this might actually hurt CPU performance. So this might actually make things slower. But it's really cool. I like this a lot. Yeah, I mean, it's like using a canvas. This is way more expensive. Yeah, this is way more expensive. But still really neat. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a user scores fixed list like this. So high score row, high scores. It's free, it's on GitHub. It looks really awesome. Oh, absolutely. This is really, thank you for showing this to me. I had no idea this existed. Wait, blur hash to CSS. A CSS object. Oof. Okay, I was gonna say, oh, well, maybe this'll work, but then you look at the CSS that it generates. That's neat. It's really neat. I wonder if that would... Oh no, filter blur? Oh god. Remember how I said filter blur is one of the most expensive things you can do with CSS? Well, it is. Okay, so we have the table body. Now, user scores fixed list is an inset container. Okay, so let's go ahead. You didn't look at blur hash to CSS much? No reason to. The performance is terrible. It's neat, but I wouldn't bother with it. The React blur hash looks much more useful. It's a very tiny library, and Canvas isn't going to be that slow, I don't think. As long as you're not, you know, creating hundreds of them, performance should be okay. Again, you're mostly... The blur hash is mostly going to improve your latency. So it's useful for that. All right, so inside of there it's going to be... Right, how does this work with the children? I forget. Return in any row. I believe the child is in any row, as how this whole thing is implemented. Row, yeah, children is a row. So it's expecting not this. So it's expecting a memoized component like this. So we'll have high score row, memo. There we go. Thank you, President. I appreciate it. Thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. All right. So we've got the user scores fixed jazz over there, and now we're going to do this. High score row. So how all does this stuff work here? Okay, so there's a user here. That's a whole bunch of stuff. Now, whenever I look at user scores fixed list, I believe it's a user and then it just passes in the whole user thing, right? Value? Yeah. Okay, so it passes in all that useful stuff, along with some extra stuff. So this is basically high score row props. And user score. And then we need users, which is going to be users. User high score is not assignable to type of blah blah blah. Game ID rank. Oh right, it's missing all that jazz because user scores fixed list probably does some crazy sorting or something on this. Actually, it doesn't. It just takes the users and maybe I can simplify what this requires. T extends user score. Does it need to extend user score though? Maybe I can just have it like T equals user score. So by default, it's user score, but it allows everything. Because it doesn't actually care. That doesn't look like it cares anyways. Wow, what an interesting game. All right, let's see. High score row. Oh, there's an is self on here. Okay, so this is users, user scores fixed list. Let's just say it's not user score. So it's missing game ID, rank, is self, user, handle, add, compare. So what we have to do is you have to take this and map it to the other. Okay, so handle, add, compare gets passed down. Right, because that's the thingamabobber that actually like changes the compares. Like, okay. It's a bit weird that that gets passed down like that. What's it even used for? Handle, add, compare. That doesn't need to get passed down. So high score section. Which comes from high scores. Yeah, that does not need to exist. Oh, I found a thing. I found a bug. Okay, so this works fine. But then this doesn't. You can't really compare anymore. So I've got to fix that. I'm actually gonna like temporarily just break this. Oh, you know what we can do? Oh, fine, we'll fix it. Okay. Yeah, we'll fix it. Okay. So we have compare list. Set to active tab. I see. Okay, so we've got user ID. All right, sure. So create global states. Wait, no. Wrong create. Wait, whoa. React use has create global state? Oh no. So there was a create global state that my create global state was based on, but I don't want to use theirs because it's not as good. Just because I customized mine a little bit. So I prefer using my own. Yeah, so this is their create global state. It just uses... Yeah, I'm not even sure how that works. Okay, whatever. Anywho. So we've got create global states, and we've got what all are we passing in here? Compare list. String array. Have I played around with GitHub Copilot? I have, and it's really neat, but I like to write my own code. I kind of... the whole typing part is not that big of a deal for me, so I enjoy just writing my own code. But it's fantastic. It's really good. I could see it being very useful for some people. So I want to have use global state, and I want to have set global state. So we have handle add compare and handle remove. I'll just call that export function. What's this going to be called? This will be export const. Now I'll make it a function. Might as well. The Dino TL image is broken. I am aware, definitely aware. Thank you for letting me know. This image here is broken for the alpha game. That's not in beta yet. I am aware. Thank you. Well, this is the one you mean, right? This, the title image. If there's another image that's broken, I would be very interested to know. But I'll get that fixed ASAP. Well, not ASAP, but BSAP. Like, that's after ASAP. Yeah, top left. Let's see, don't add more than 3 at once. Let's do it this way. So we'll set global state, rev list, and the way to work is ... rev list, user ID, and then so it's going to be compare list. You finally won 4 in a row. Congratulations. Okay, got that. And then we have to do _.unique. All right, there we go. So we have unique, and then we do let's see, we want the new one, so we'll do that, and then we'll do the previous list like that, and then we'll slice it. So we want 0, 1, 2, 3. Is that the slice that I want? These off by ones are always so tricky. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Slice. Yeah, because it's exclusive, right? So if I do 0, 3, yeah, exclusive. Great, that's what I want. Okay, look at that. I took all that code. Boom. 1 line. So that'll be add a user and then remove a user. Oh, this is actually correct. Almost correct. Just a little bit wrong. The reason that was wrong is whenever you're doing changes to like a list or something, you want to take the previous state, which is going to be like this function type thing. Because if you just use the current state, for example, the way this thing here works, this is broken because compare list could be outdated. So this might accidentally change the list in other ways. It'll remove the thing here, but it might remove more than that. Or it might add something back that was removed. If I use anything else for issue tracking, I use GitHub issues, but this is just kind of like my own personal notes wherever it went. So, yeah. If I had more team members and stuff, I'd be using GitHub issues almost exclusively. I've tried Trello before, but I prefer GitHub issues. Oh, it doesn't show up there. Dino-Might's high scores. Let's see, how do I do this? Oh, that's how you see it. We need to make it show up in the profile too, so you can see people's frames on their profile. That's so cool. You can see who has a frame. I like that. That's awesome. Oh, wow, there's another frame person. Cool. Okay, let's do the remove thing here. So prev list, and it's going to be prev list, filter, user. Okay, so this is user. Oh, that's just user ID. Easy. This just needs to be user, other user ID. Here we go. All right, so that's gonna do that. And now add, compare, set active tab. We can actually rewrite this. We can have a use effect, which looks at the compare list. Hi, Flappy. Welcome. And when the compare list, oh, I need to use previous. That way I can see if the number increased or decreased. Yeah, no. Sorry for not being here nowadays. You're going through, oh, that's tough. I wish you the best, you know. Well, you'll be better for it, hopefully. That's yeah, it's never fun. Okay, so we got use previous. Let's see. The comparison has a compare list. Why not? Let's see. Maybe self was only used for. the hey who is all this jazz? Oh, it's a user high score. I see, I see. It's a user high score. Okay, gotta rethink this a little bit here. That makes it a little more annoying to do this. Let's see. So if, oh, that's a bit annoying. Okay, let's do this then. So let's see, there's a user high score in there. Yeah, this performance thing ended up just being this whole kind of tangent, right? It's like, okay, well, let's rewrite this. And then once this is done, we don't have to pass the property all the way down. And then we can just simplify this code here and simplify that. And we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, so user previous list. Let's see. Now, unfortunately, this underscore.unique uses ref equality, I believe. Same value 0 is probably like referential equality. Yeah, return true if they're the same object value being reference equality. So that's not gonna be, that unique there isn't gonna work. Instead, we'll have to do this. Yeah, this will be the simplest way, unfortunately. Take the previous list and then for const old user, or let's just do other user of rev list. If other user is equal to user ID, return rev list. And then we can just return this. There we go. Slightly more code, not as beautiful, but it's fine. It's still easy to read. That's really important. You know, sometimes just keeping your code simple and not being too cute with your code is better. Even if you know some really fancy schmancy way of doing something, if you can just use like a simple for loop or a simple thing, sometimes that's just the way to do it. I mean, as long as you're not sacrificing performance. So now we have this const compare list equals use global state compare list. Maybe self. Let's see. self high score, else user never played. That's funky donkey. Okay, now I can delete all this code here. But I do need to use previous because I need to know if the compare list size changed. So we're going to use previous here to figure that out. Use previous compare list. Which should be okay because we're not modifying the list. We're instead returning a copy of the list. So we're ensured that the previous value will be the correct size. Let's just say that this is deprecated. We don't want multiple. I mean, it's kind of deprecated, but like also, is it really? Because I kind of want to remove React use since it has just like so many different hooks and I don't use it that much. Actually, I use it so little that it's probably best to just entirely remove this dependency and not worry about it. Yeah. I'm undeprecating the thing I just deprecated because I actually want this one. There we go. There we go. So if the compare list length is greater than the previous compare list length, oh. But that's not always true, is it? Because it could also be 3. I have an answer then. Previous compare list. Is previous. Let's see. Previous messages. Was dot current. There we go. Okay. So the previous compare list. Length or 0. Then Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna get too cute here. Okay, if that or the compare list dot length is greater than or equal to max compare list length, then set active tab 1. Set tab to the compare tab. And now we don't need this, and we don't need the other thing. Easier code is always nice. Great stuff. Love simpler code. I delete all this. Delete, delete, delete. Easy. Handle tab change. What is that? Unclick. Okay, don't need to worry about that. That's simple enough. Next, compare list length. We'll go ahead and set that here. And we'll just do that up here. Put a little bit closer. No, I like to keep my constants together. Okay. Max compare list length equals 3. Max number of user IDs that can be compared at any given time. Okay, so now we have this remove. Okay, other user. I'll just say user. User ID. There we go. Nice. So now we have this over here, and there's now a breakage over here because it's like, Armagerd, you need to have the other thingamabobber. And we don't have that other thingamabobber. Handle add compare. So now we can just delete that. Oops. All right, and now this thingamabobber can be add compare user. Oops. Oh, F1 does something. Interesting. Alrighty, so now we got that taken care of. One last thing we have to do. Okay, now we're missing game ID, rank, is self, and user. And a user. Wait. It takes the user, but then it also takes all of the other things from the user. Why? All right. Let's see, user. Why is the user is taken because of that? I see. Right. That makes sense. It makes sense, but it also doesn't. Like, I get why it's that way, but it's still dumb. I'm just thinking of how I can rewrite this so I don't need that. Okay, I have a solution. Where is user high scored? Oh, there it is. It's got all that jazz. There's so many thingamabobbers there. Gee zooks. Alrighty. What I'm thinking is we just recreate the user. It doesn't need to be the same one. It's not like we're doing any reference equality. And now we delete that over here. Simplify that code there. Don't need that anymore. All right, so that part's done. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Actually, you know what I can do? I can simplify this, or not simplify it, but make less changes to the code. Why? Because I'm lazy. So we'll keep it like that. And now we'll take this and we'll map it. So we're given a user and we're going to return the user along with everything else we need. And then later on, I'll clean it up. And by later on, I mean never, but I can pretend. It's okay. So there, we've got all that stuff. Then we have rank is index +1. And it should be happy with me. Why is it not happy with me? It's missing name, is self, is owner. No, it's not. Name is owner, ranking score. Where are those coming from? It's high score row properties. Let's see. Oh, here's why. Wait, no. Wait. Props, user, and the user score. That's why. It should just be that, I think. Does not exist on type T. Right, right. Because we use it for the key. We don't need to use it for the key. We could use it like just the index, you know? It doesn't have to be fancy schmancy. Just have it be that. Easy. Easy. Okay. All right, now it's still unhappy. Item size. Oh, duh. We have to know how big it is. This is the number of pixels. And I like pixels. Pixels are happy dappy. Okay. So, how do we know what the size is here? .25. Yeah, what? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, maybe it's because of my monitor size. I'm on a 1.25 scale. So let me move it over here to this other monitor. This is also what, oh, no, same size. I was gonna say, this is also why having multiple monitors with different densities can be useful. But that didn't really help, so, you know, that kind of put a stop in that. Okay, there we go. Now, at this point, the code is broken. Why is it broken? Okay, that's why. Bam. So, it may work, it may not work. The reason I say it may not work is because I haven't checked the styling. And so the style might be different, it might change the size of each row, might throw something off here. So all we have to do is fix that. Okay, we'll do that, fix it here. Let's see if that works, okay. Inventory, high scores. Well, you know, it's a, it's a work in progress. What can I say? Whoa. I feel like a sea of red is probably bad. Oh yeah. Yeah, that would do it. Span cannot appear as a child of Tur. That's right. So we have to look at the DOM, right? And then we have to fix the DOM, make it happy, fix the styling, get it all working, but we have made some progress. So the progress is before it was slow and it showed a bunch of stuff, and now it's fast. It just doesn't show anything. But you know, that's progress. That's progress. It actually is progress, okay? It's progress. All right. We're getting there. Man, it's so fast now. Kind of. So for some reason, the symbol bar is 0 pix. 0 pix. Okay. Because it's a table. Huh. It's a table. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. It's a table. Trying to stick a list inside of a table with all this stuff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see. So maybe what the solution is we'll take well, heck and heck. Let's see. Hmm. Hmm. So you see the issue, right? Tables have a very strict, rigid structure in HTML. You have a head, and then you have like all the rows, or like the body and then all the rows inside of that. Is it so often that it needs to be a rule? Well, it happened on like the first day or two, and I was like, you know what, this is probably gonna be a bit of an issue. So I just put that rule on there, and then since then, there's no more issue. So I could try removing that rule and seeing if people still follow that rule. But yeah, I might try removing it for a bit, and then if it happens again, I'll just put the rule back there. It works, and you know, that makes me happy because all I want to do is code. Let's see. So anyways, this is a bit tricky. We could just make it not a table. There's no reason for it to be a table other than syntax, you know, like just, you know, it's a table, so having it show as a table is, I don't know, something, I guess. But there's no actual reason it needs to be a table. Tables are nice sometimes, though. Because how am I going to ensure that it's still kind of a grid if I have this nested list? Well, I mean, I guess like if this is a fixed size and this is a fixed size and this is a fixed size and this is a fixed size. That's a cool channel pick. Oh, thanks. Hi, Sharma. You've always hated tables, August? Yeah, me too. Specs, giant OLED TV, and then fast computer with fast NVMe stuff. I'll put up a specs thing sometime soon. Let's see. Okay, well, it's about time for me to head out though. I've got to do some real life stuff soonish. Have I heard of BTTV and FF, whatever the heck that is? No, I have not. Twitch something or other. Oh, Better Twitch TV. I've heard of Better Twitch TV. Yeah, I think I did something for that. Anyways, yeah, thank you for watching, and I'll be back tomorrow, same time. So yeah, thanks again, everybody. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate all the support. You know, even if you're just here hanging out, even if you're quiet, I just appreciate the support. Thank you for being here. All right, time to find somebody to raid. If you have any recommendations, let me know. I'll typically do this pretty quick. So, yeah. Otherwise, I'll just kind of pick somebody, not at random, but semi at random. My only requirement is that they speak English and that it's a coding stream. Oh, you know what? We can do Purple Elf again. We did Purple Elf yesterday. Let's see. Yeah, I'll just do this one. All right. Thanks again, everybody.
Ooh, I like the Aria attribute. Acorn, thank you for the raid again. How are you doing? How was your stream? Hey, Sharma. I've never actually worked with,